beautiful. So it looks like a nice soft sedimented
Ooh.
area. I'm seeing kind of the sorts of critters that we've been seeing in similar environments. So a few little brittle stars, some anemones, a gastropod, and a little tube sticking out of the sediment. A lot of these will be detritivores, so animals that feed on the detritus, or that the marine snow, kind of the organic matter that makes its way eventually to the seafloor. It's a nice big grenadier or a rat-tail fish coming up to check us out, I think. Some of these have been very curious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, more than once on this expedition we have come down on a seafloor that looked like this, and I thought, oh, this is a very soft sediment bottom, and it's turned out that it's been just a thin veneer on top of a cobbly pavement just a few centimeters underneath it. But this is just from the way the mud is kicking up from our rotors from the ROV.
Seems like a pretty thick layer.
Maybe thinks we are, makes me think we're in a muddy environment.
Mm-hmm. Also, where sometimes we've been able to see a rock, like the top of maybe a larger, rock or boulder.
Mm-hmm. A few scattered about, yeah.
Yeah, none so far. I'm sure as we get closer to the side of this canyon, we'll see a shift.
The one over on the right, dark thing on the right side of the screen, but can't tell yet.
Interested, there's something I can see in the background that looks like it's sticking up. And I think I see little claws coming out of a shell, possibly a hermit crab, down to the right. So we'll just pause here for a minute and take in the view while we calibrate everything to get ready for this dive. Watch lead here. Yeah, go ahead. I think that's a great idea.
Of course. Sample ID EX2306-D12-01W, Niskin Bottle 1.
So we've just taken a Niskin sample, which is a special kind of container that we use to sample water. Once that water gets back up to the ship, we'll be filtering it out and collecting that filter for eDNA analysis that's analyzing the environmental DNA associated with the water. So all of the little bits of DNA left behind by whatever passed through that particular, water sample should leave a little bit of a DNA signature behind, and we can sequence it, at least parts of it, and sort them out to get a profile of the kinds of fauna that have passed through this area. I think that's a little sea cucumber that's sticking its head up into the water column.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And some big grenadiers. There's a few, most of them are in the genus Coryphaenoides. There's a few different species, but a lot of them are the Pacific grenadier. And there's another one, Albatrossia, could be the giant grenadier.
Now, is that a sea star or a brittle star?
That's a sea star.
Sea star.
Yeah, it definitely has really long, skinny arms. It kind of makes you think of it, but this is a really big one. If we could get the lasers near it as well for a measurement. Thank you.
The hermit crab.
Oh, yeah.
Up to the left and right.
And to the right, yeah, a couple of them. Oh, there's lots.
Ringing.
Huh.
They're just all over.
Okay, it's a big sea star. That'd be great, yeah, if you can.
Looks like Chris Ma is joining us just in time.
Mm-hmm. Of course, we land pretty much right on one. And I'd say it's a different species from anything that we've seen in previous dives on this expedition. Wow, you can see those thin, translucent projections coming out. That's I've been told that's part of the respiratory system for the sea star. It looks pretty happy with those kind of extended out. Lots of large spines also on this particular sea star, and it's a really big one.
Are those like small pebbles that seems to have gathered onto those black?
Yeah, definitely.
Things, so those critters.
Bits of detritus, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe stuff that's just kind of landed there. This one doesn't seem to be moving very fast in any kind of a hurry.
Yeah,
So I
okay.
think my guess is little bits that have blown in the current or settled down there. And there's a brittle star right next to it for size reference.
There we
go. Okay, so we have a Zoroasterid, possibly the genus Saganaster or Zoroaster. They dig into the sediment and use pedicellary to devour snails and other critters. Possibly why there's so many empty snail shells for these hermit crabs to live in. And this fish looks a little bit more like Albatrossia to me. The genus of the the giant grenadier. It's usually like a little bit more rounded and, of course, quite a bit bigger, although that's not a very good indicator if it's a juvenile, but this kind of has the shape that I'm used to seeing. Albatrossia pectoralis, I think. And that little fish is interesting, too. I don't think we've seen that one either. The little fish below it. Yeah. That's great. Thanks for that. I think we can get an ID based from that. Yeah, that in the center there. Yeah, if we could get a quick zoom just to see. There's a few things. So to the left, I think that's a sea cucumber that's kind of standing up in the water column a little bit. Ooh, here's a different fish as well. Whoa.
Huh.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to hide.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's I'd say a different kind of fish than what we've been seeing. And I don't know. I think another one of those sea cucumbers that are kind of standing up. We've seen a few of them do that. Ooh. Yeah, hopefully there are some fish biologists that will tune in on the chat today and help us out. There's a few different kinds that we haven't seen yet. That one might be an eel pout. Yeah, actually, we haven't seen these, not quite as big, at least, on this survey yet. Wow, that crab can really move.
He's making a run for it.
Yeah.
Or he's just trying to get in the screen. He's attention hog.
Very cool. So I always call these flytrap anemones. I'll have to take a look and see if I can find the scientific name, but these really large anemones that kind of fold over in the middle and make they kind of look like the Venus flytrap plant.
Like Little Shop of Horrors.
Very much so. Little Audrey too.
Feed me.
And yeah, you can see they're at the end of a kind of a really long, body or neck or stalk, whatever you'd like to call it. And a couple of really big brittle stars underneath as well. So the anemone is family Hormathidae. Thanks to Erica for that identification. So I'm really fortunate to be joined by the science chat. It's a chat room that we have that contains all of our messages from our shore-based scientists who are tuning in from all over the country and all over the world to advise us on the identifications and give us some observations that we might miss. Very cool to see an anemone growing on this shell that's being carried around by this hermit crab. Also interesting to see the sediment covering the claws. Beautiful, thanks for those. You can see a lot of these little tubes sticking out. It's always nice to get a good close-up. Looks like a lot of them are worm tubes with the little kind of fan-shaped feeding appendages sticking out. Whoa, okay, apparently the anemone isn't growing on the shell, it has replaced the shell, which I didn't fully absorb when I was seeing that. I'll have to go back and take a look in the video. Could we zoom in on this thing sticking up out of the, kind of sticking straight up? I think this is a view of another one of those sea cucumbers that's kind of up into the water column, presumably to feed. Yeah, I think we've seen a few of them that look like they're standing, and maybe I would assume that they're trying to grab things out of the water column, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they do that exactly. I think that this is possibly in the genus Panikia. We have a few a similar sea cucumber a bit farther south. and it's just very slowly making its way back down to settle on the sediment.
Science. This is on the Science Channel.
Mm-hmm.
Just to the right of that. It looks like a carnivorous sponge, maybe stalk. Yeah, it's touching his fingers.
Yeah, this little stalk also to the right that the sea cucumber is touching is, yeah, no, I think that's a solid guess. It's so hard to see, but yeah, that could definitely be one of the carnivorous sponges. If I really squint my eyes, I can almost see sort of the lateral projections of spicules I'd expect to find. It's just, that one's almost microscopic though, so hard to confirm. That's great, thanks for that. Ooh, wow, okay, that was a very cool worm that just swam through. And this looks more like the Coryphaenoides genus of grenadier. Again, there are a couple of different species, so I won't hazard a guess. Just a little bit of a, I would say, like a sharper point to the head than maybe the more rounded Albatrossia, the giant grenadier. This one is a pretty big one, though. Interesting, there's a couple of marks. Huh. Wow. Yeah, there's that one there looks more like the giant grenadier. Just nice to kind of see them almost side by side. And
Is that a sea spider?
it looked like one of those really long-legged isopods. The name escapes me.
Isn't it myopsid or something along those lines?
Something like that, yeah. I think we'll get a zoom on that big sea star in the middle, please.
Looks like a
Menopsid or munopsid. There we go. Yep.
kelp.
I think I was pretty close.
I think you nailed it.
I get a win every once in a while. This one looks well fed.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. Look at the patterning and the geometry to these little spikes. Now I can quickly check my references, but I think hoping that Chris Ma from the Smithsonian is watching and can give us an idea on the identification of this sea star. It's also a little bit different from the ones that we've been seeing. A terastid, probably teraster. Excellent, thanks for that ID. Oh wow, look at that. That's great, thanks for that. Ooh, a slime star. It's swollen with water, so probably not full as such. Good to know. And wow, just a field of these large flytrap anemones.
Which appear to be colonizing every single now little cobble that's now suddenly appeared. We've moved just a few meters up the slope.
I think that's a good sign for recruitment on hard substrate down here as we approach the face.
And a suggestion that there might be some rocks up the slope.
Very nice anemone, and I think I'm seeing a lot of possibly cereanthids in their tubes. Could we zoom in on the white? I think it's, well, I don't know. Possibly a sponge. Oh, sorry, I mean higher up where those anemones are. Thank you. No, that's fine. Oh, okay. It's the stalk or the base of a different kind of anemone. Very cool.
Very Dr. Seussy.
Yeah. No, I think we're okay. Just these quick zooms for the record, I think, is exactly what we need. Wow. Yeah, always important to document the diversity of things like these anemones. They're obviously fairly abundant in this area. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of references that can help us to identify them. And in my work, we don't often collect them, often to get a solid ID, unless you've collected them before. You need to dissect them and look at some internal structures. So I think we'll just kind of scan around. Maybe these purple anemones we haven't had a close look at, just under those lasers now.
So I don't see much evidence for modern sedimentation or mass flow down this channel, but it's hard to say. I don't see bed forms or anything that would suggest that, but it doesn't mean there isn't some occasionally that would sweep all this material out and then start over. Again, our proximity to the Queen Charlotte Fault may well be able to shake the sides of this canyon enough to rain a bunch of sediment down that would then be shooting down the channel. The last big earthquake, we're actually very close to the epicenter of the Craig, the 2013 Craig earthquake, a magnitude 7.5. So if that was enough to create some sediment flow in this canyon by sloughing things off the sidewalls of this canyon, the evidence for it maybe has already been covered up by the rain of soft muds and hemipelagic debris.
I think that's great for a zoom on that anemone. Oh, sure. Okay. Oh, great. My coworker and office mate Heidi just tuned in on the science, well, not on the science chat, on our teams with an ID of Actinurus nobilis. we were actually able to sample this one on a survey we did off the BC seamounts earlier this year, and I could not remember what we decided it was. So thank you for tuning in, Heidi. Ooh.
Is this a clatterized?
This is a carnivorous sponge, yes. Yeah, so a lot of these that we've sampled are in the genus Asbestopluma. It's a kind of sponge in the family Clatterizidae that are carnivorous, so kind of like the way that carnivorous plants will passively sometimes catch their prey. These sponges have really sharp little spicules embedded in their tissue. They kind of act like a Velcro. So when really small crustaceans land on those arms or on the tissue, they get entangled and eventually absorbed by the sponge for nutrition. I think I maybe even see a couple little, like a little gastrobot or something in there. So often when we get these sponges in the lab, you can see these little bumps where they've absorbed something, and if you dissect them, you'll find the remnants of a small crustacean usually, or something almost unrecognizable. One of my favorite groups of sponges for sure. Wow, just covered in these flytrap anemones. Possibly another one of those clatterizids that's a bit branched. Oops. Slightly bigger rock. At least you can see some of it.
And part of it, yeah, not covered with anemones.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I always
that looks
these close-ups.
Well, I was thinking I may have seen some phenocrysts, but those are probably encrusting. Well, possibly it's got a little bit of a ripply or lumpy, irregular look to it that might suggest that we're looking at volcanic rock. And that might be a phenocryst embedded in the lower left corner, the white crystal-looking thing. Does that look biological to you, or?
Oh, these?
Yeah.
Yeah, some
or are those
of
in
them.
the rock?
These look like sponges to me, like really small encrusting sponges, or maybe tunicates.
But we see like
that I don't think is biological.
Yeah. So looks like perhaps a porphyritic volcanic rock.
Ooh.
There is a known volcanic vent up on the shelf a little bit north of here that is associated with some flows that have come out onto the shelf and spread out from the central vent, and possible something has gotten this far, dropped down into the canyon. But you can start to kind of see some bedding in the muds. This little bit of a mud apron we're starting to ascend on the side of this canyon, just up from the bottom flat channel. That's a different looking.
Oh, interesting. Can we zoom in on this rock?
Yeah, that's.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's the first light-colored rock we've seen on this expedition almost.
Right, yeah.
Except for a couple scattered granites. Left, bottom, lower left.
Yeah, with the big anemone on it. Thank you. Yeah, that rock.
We think that's rock. The biologists aren't claiming it, so.
I think this one's yours. Wow.
So yeah, I have the sense of actually a very porphyritic volcanic rock, lava. You know about if you've been to Hawaii. The real sharp and rough type, and here shot through with the holes that we call vesicles, which are gas bubbles that form as the rock is erupted from dissolved gases that were in the magma or the lavas. That, like when you shake a soda bottle and then open the lid, all that gas comes out of solution into bubbles. And so it's the same process with these lavas.
Could we pan to the right and just look at that coral that's on the rock? Ooh. Okay, I think this is our first Acanthogorgia. There are a couple of different species that we haven't really parsed out yet. Yeah, a little farther would be helpful. But, oh yeah, no, this is great actually. I think I can see what I need. Yeah, there's sort of really sharp sclerites coming out at the base of each of the tentacles. So those hard calcium carbonate structures that make up the skeleton of this sponge. This is on my sample list. How would we feel about a sample here? Kind of a nice rock too, don't you think? A little big. So I have a list here that I try to keep updated of taxa that other scientists have mentioned to me that are in their interest, their research interest. And this one, there's some morphological questions even, just like looking at the morphology of these corals and trying to decide if they're the same species or different, can tell us important information once we know what they are, or if they're completely new to science. Then we can sort of learn a bit more about how they're distributed and what kinds of habitat they might be providing. Yeah, watch lead here. Not a lot, just a couple inches is enough material for us. Yes, please. Or a suction if you need to, but should be good in a bio box. Yeah, just a little off the top or the side, whichever is easier to grab. Yeah, that looks good. Yep. Oh, great. There we go. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Thank you. So we'll be processing that sample once it gets back up to the wet lab. We'll take a DNA sample for genetics analysis and barcoding, and the rest of it will go to the Smithsonian, where scientists there can work on it, or it can also be accessed by whoever wants to borrow it from that from the Smithsonian.
Sample ID EX2306 D12-02B and the port outboard bio box.
So I think this is another one of those giant grenadiers in the genus Albatrossia. A little bit different from the other grenadier species that we've been seeing in the genus Coryphaenoides. I think just a slightly different profile. And of course, I think they can get a lot bigger in general. Oh, good. I have a fish scientist in the chat helping me out and agreeing with me, which is always nice. I am biased towards corals and sponges and invertebrates, but I do try with the fish, so I have a seconded vote for Albatrossia pectoralis. And they're just, barely, gliding very still, except for the tail over the seafloor here. It's very cool to see. If we take a look at that coral on that rock. Oh, there's an octopus. Never mind. Maybe let's check out the octopus. Yeah. And I'm sure some folks won't mind the close-up of this Brisingid, a really big one as well. So I believe this is the deep sea octopus, Granulodone boreopacifica. We definitely have a vote for the Brisingid too. Wow, it's beautiful. So again, seeing a shift when we were kind of in the channels and fjords. Over the past few days, we've seen a few of the giant Pacific octopus. So this is a different species, I think a generally deeper dwelling one. Beautiful. I always love getting a close-up of the texture of the tentacles and those the suckers on them, and different color patterns on the dermal layer and the mantle. Very beautiful. Can we get the lasers on at your convenience to get a size estimate, please? Try to avoid the eyes as much as possible, but just to get an estimate. That's great. Thanks for that. Wow. And if we could get a quick snap of this Brisingid, the large multi-armed starfish looking creature that's also attached to this rock, we'd much appreciate it. The Brisingid, kind of the big orange starfish, the long arms. Yeah, this one. That's great. So collecting these really close zooms, not only really beautiful and woo, I think that was that grenadier. It also gives us important information of some of the finer features on these that we can use to help identify them.
The
wow.
grenadier is a little aggressive towards us.
Yeah, really, really getting into the light.
We didn't fight back, so he's
moving on.
maybe going to leave us alone.
Oh, this is great. Thanks for that. So we can, get an idea of how all of these different appendages are positioned onto the legs of this Brisingid, and some of the patterns and the attachment points to the central disc, and these can all give us value information that might help us to identify this one. That's great. Thanks for that zoom in. And I think a couple of Cereanthid, well, I don't know. A couple of different stalked anemones anyway. Apparently the white running down the arms of the Brisingid are its gonads. Always helpful to know. And are we past the that coral that was on that rock? It's okay if we missed it because we might see more, but if we can back up to look at it. It's just on a rock a bit before we got distracted by this beautiful octopus. Yeah, it should be. There it is. Yeah. So I think even just from here I can tell that it's a Caligorgia, probably based on the branching pattern. Ooh, what are those? Those look like little eggs with eyes in them.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, wow.
I wonder who those belong to.
Who are those? Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely seeing two little dark spots that make me think those are eyes. Reminds me, wow, I have no idea. Yeah, if it's possible to get another close-up of those, I'm hoping that folks in our science chat might be able to chime in and help me ID, but just also a really good example of why we're interested in corals and sponges as habitat-forming structures. Obviously, anything that provides a little bit of extra complexity and relief, going up into the water column in this case, and maybe slowing down the current or just removing a bit of the danger of predation. Something has chosen this coral as the perfect spot to lay a couple of little clutches of eggs of some kind. Wow. Can see a little darker colored stripe kind of running along the side of some of these little eggs. And also, of course, I'm checking out this coral. Should double check my references before I make a call, but the branching pattern makes me think it's a Caligorgia. And I think I'm seeing some of the hallmarks of a primnoid coral. Wow. Maybe 15 or 20 eggs in that one. Very cool association to have.
Now there's another hermit crab with an attached anemone.
Yeah, it does look like the anemone's grown over, the entire shell. Oh, could we pan actually to the... Oh yeah, lasers would be great. And then I see a cup coral that I'd like a close-up of. So to the left there, just above the brittle star, exactly, there's another cup coral, maybe a little bit different than the ones that we've been seeing. Over the past few days we've been seeing smaller, I think it's Calliophilia. Let's see. But there are a couple of different species that I have on my list here. I'll have to check. A suggestion that the eggs that we saw earlier could possibly be snailfish eggs. That's great. So we can also use, you can see, the hard calcium carbonate skeleton of these cup corals and the tentacles and the living tissue that's coming out from inside of it, and all those little divisions, they can all help us to identify this coral. Beautiful, very cool couple of rocks. Thanks for those close-ups. Ooh. What's up there? Just got a little bit steep. Very cool. Wow, and so many of these anemones kind of flopped over on pretty much every rock they can find. I think a lot of those are little eel pouts. Ooh. Sorry, see if we can capture this little jelly. Is it, no, it's moving around quite a bit. That's great. I think we'll just continue along this line, kind of document what we can. If we could get the lasers on, and we can kind of capture some counts and sizes. Oh yeah, we could get them on the sediment somewhere. There we go. That's great. Ooh, nice just little jelly.
Hanging up there?
Yeah. I don't see anyone like this on the ID guides that I have handy, so we'll just document it. And experts can go over this video afterwards and assign it a tentative ID. RV, could I get a close-up of this stick with something dangling off of it to the left? See what I mean? No, over to the left. Yeah. That stick. Thank you. Oh, good. So I'm assuming we're looking at some kind of a sea pen. Just based on the size and the shape. And I think I'm starting to see a couple rows of polyps come into view. We'll see what's going on.
And maybe a...
Sure,
okay.
that's fine. That's okay. Yeah, this is great. I think, possibly one of the basket stars with without the branching legs like we were seeing with the Gorgonocephalus. So a different group, I think. And then the sea pen is probably something like Balticina. There's a couple of different species. Maybe we'll make some moves and get out of this sediment plume, and we'll keep on documenting further up the line. Oh, there we go. A snake star. Ooh, I like that. Asteronix laveni. Yeah, kind of, to me, looks like it's in between a brittle star and a basket star. So I'm glad there's a kind of a common name for it, a snake star. I like that. Or if we could get the lasers back on, that would be great. Take a couple of some measurements as we go. As someone who's spent a lot of time annotating video of the deep sea, I try to make it as easy as I can for the annotators or whoever will be looking over this imagery.
So we've come up about 25 meters up from the bottom floor of this submarine canyon. Still seeing what look like the sediments that kind of flank the bottom of the channel, mostly unconsolidated, but we're getting a bit of a rain of loose boulders, likely coming off a rockier flank a little higher up.
More of those light-colored ones. Oh yeah, I think we've had a good close-up of that sea cucumber. So we're probably good for that. But I think maybe another snap zoom of that Brisingid, the big sea star with the long legs. Yes. Just a quick zoom to kind of get a closer look, I think.
And we'll have a look at the rock as well, or maybe the one to the left. Yeah.
No, this is perfect. Just usually the central disc and where the legs attach is a really great place to be for echinoderm ID. And then I think we'll pan left to the rock that Jamie's interested in. Can just take a look at the legs. Actually, the tips of those legs are really interesting. It looks like they've been damaged and are maybe regrowing. See how they're different thicknesses. Always interesting to document. That's great. I think that's a really good capture of that feature. Yeah, likely broken off and regenerating. Our echinoderm expert agrees.
Yeah, the bigger, mostly kind of on the left side of it, where it looks nice and dark and uncovered by muds. You can see a little bit of a banding in the rock, either some sort of flow features or bedding features, or perhaps some foliation if it's a schist metamorphic rock. And we expect a little bit of everything uphill. Oh, very nice. Yeah. A little chitin there. Or
I wasn't going to pipe in about the biology, but yeah, that is a little chitin and maybe another brachiopod, like what we've been seeing.
Okay. And then if we can just kind of pan up a little bit. So we look at this.
Ooh. One of those little
Oh, look at that.
tubularians.
Trying to steal the show. Yeah, and just kind of continue to pan on up and there we get to that kind of foliated look or bedding. All right, interesting. All right, that's good. Thank you. Chris wants to know about the brittle star to the right.
Oh. Can we pan out a little bit? Maybe I'll take a look. Oh. There was a brittle star. I'm not sure where. So if we pan out, oh, that one there, I think. Yeah. I think there might have been a bit of a delay, but we'll get a close look at this one and. That's great. Thanks for that. Mm-hmm. Sure, will do. Brittle star that's missing 2.5 out of its legs, I think. Ooh, a nice looking crab. Possibly one of the tanner crabs. Very nice. I think it's a piece of kelp, probably.
Oh yeah. Well, looks like might be a porphyritic. I'm sorry, vesicular.
Can we zoom in on that skeleton also to the
Oh yeah,
the bottom?
vesicular
like
volcanic rock. But this.
Ooh, wow! Looks like a large, I guess a large piece of coral, maybe like a paragorgia, can sometimes have this look. That'd be a really big one.
Ooh, it's big.
Yeah. Wow. Oops.
Do you want to grab that?
No, I don't think so. I think we can get a lot from this imagery. Maybe compare it to some skeletons that we have at the museum. It's just helpful to note, and we did get the lasers on it, I think. Yeah, I think that's
All right.
I think that's good. But it could be an indication that there are some larger gorgonians around. Oh, could we get a zoom on this, the orange coral up ahead? So this is one of the black corals. If you get a little bit closer, you could probably see a bit of the dark black skeleton underneath of this orange tissue. Those little little things that you can see dangling from the branches are the tentacles that are attached to polyps, and there's a little bit of a mouth in there at the base. Just judging by the way that it's branched and the overall branching pattern and morphology of this coral, I'd say that it's probably Bathypathes. We saw a lot of Bathypathes alaskensis on our first dive in the canals off in the Alexander archipelago. So possibly something like that species of Bathypathes, but looks like, is that a shrimp that's kind of in the branch at the end? It's kind of hard to tell. You see that to the right, one of the long branches. Got a suggestion that those ophiuroids at the bottom are probably, or possibly, Ophiomusa. So the brittle stars in the genus Ophiomusa.
Do you want to zoom over to the right
Yeah,
now?
if you're available for a quick zoom, I'd love to see what's at the end of that branch to the right. There's kind of something stripy on it. Ooh, possibly a scale worm? Just kind of looking at the, well, I don't know. You know, when I see those little overlapping, you know, they look like scales, so yeah, possibly a large worm associated with this coral. Very cool. And a nice big shrimp in behind. That's great. Thanks for that zoom. See another one of those possibly Calliostoma, possibly a different genus, those kind of really shiny gastropods, little snails that are almost like a pyramid in profile.
So it's interesting, all these rocks are now very light colored. And though the frequency of them isn't a whole lot different from what we saw down the slope, the ones down the slope had a bit more of an iron stain to them, a little bit more of a veneer. Suggests these might be quite a bit younger, just very newly exposed to the water column. And as we see these boulders raining down on what's mostly very soft, muddy substrate, we'd have to think the boulders are not part of the sedimentation processes that drop the mud, but instead are perhaps dropping off a rockier outcrop. So something we're working our way up slope towards.
Sure, I'll be sure to call it out as well. We have seen a couple of these really big giant grenadiers.
And it would be good to zoom in on one of these boulders just to have a look at it now that it's light colored. Yeah, no, that's good, thanks. Yeah.
Some very interesting little red things growing on the top there.
I'm not sure what that is.
Huh. Does that mean you need one to confirm?
Not really. I think we'll find a little bit of everything out here. Where presumably the bedrock is similar to what we were looking at in the last couple days. It's mostly pretty ancient assemblage of metamorphic, metavolcanic, and metasedimentary rocks that make up the different terrains of the Alexander Archipelago. And now that we're kind of looking into the inner part of the shelf, made possible by the incision of Noyes Canyon, again, a very unusual feature along this part of the coast for close to 600 kilometers. It's the only canyon that incises into the shelf on the east side of the fault, and the fault itself mostly defines and follows the shelf break. And here, for some reason, a channel is cut into the shelf east of that, and without any obvious reason. There's no big obvious sediment sources here compared to anywhere else, apparently.
Yeah, I think we got a tentative ID on those jellies. They're possibly Narcomedusa in the family uh, Cuninidae, possibly Solmicis. Very grateful for the jelly experts that have tuned in. It's not my area of expertise.
And we're getting enough of these boulders that are occurring in little groups that is kind of a sign that we're getting close to bedrock. So thinking maybe we're getting close to rocks that are in place and maybe poking through this sediment cover. And if that's the case, we might want to grab a piece. So let's continue up a little farther and see what we see. Yeah, some ledgy outcrops, it looks like, possibly over to the left. Almost outcrops.
Also interested in, that looks like it could be a big basket star on that rock. If we could, yeah. We don't need a long time on it, but if we could just get a quick snap to capture it. Can get back to the rock outcrop, although it looks like there's more coming up. Ooh. Yeah, I think so. A really beautiful one. You often see them kind of tangled up in corals or other branching fauna. This is just kind of perched on a rock with its highly branched and curled arms at the end. So this is, I think, a basket star.
That's fantastic.
Isn't it amazing? In the that would be Gorgonocephalus. Yeah, you can get a feel for the the full extent of it, and it's it's still even curled up at the tips of those arms, so they can reach out into the water column and grab out. I would imagine kind of detritus or whatever this particular basket star is interested in. Kind of acts like a little net. It's just beautiful. So did you want to pan back to the left to look at that outcrop?
Yeah, and I think this would be somewhere around here, perhaps over just to the left at about this depth would be a good place to grab one of these rocks. This is kind of a one-of-a-kind chance to grab a piece of the bedrock, perhaps, that's underlying this shelf. We could also be looking at perhaps older sediment that filled some sort of a paleo canyon and was buried long enough to re-cement, but it'd be hard to tell until we have a sample. Yeah, kind of over to the probably left of that big boulder on the left. Somewhere in there would be good. Although almost any of these in front of us would be good. Look like they're not too big. And a representative. Sure. Once we see how big they are, I'll pick my favorite. It'll be the biggest one we can possibly grab. Yeah, can we zoom in a little bit, just to kind of scan? A little bit of a zoom in when you're ready. Ah, okay. Yeah, already. No worries.
Sure, sounds good. So just repositioning a little bit.
Yeah, I want that one we just passed on the left.
I like that one that just so happens to have a carnivorous sponge growing on it. I don't know.
That would work. Yeah.
No, it's fine. We got many opportunistic biological samples from your rocks yesterday. Some of them still aren't sorted, so.
Yeah, anything in that group if they're not, well, those are pretty good sized rocks. Might be bigger than we want to take on, but are we, let me know when you're settled. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm looking at that one just to the right of the bigger boulder that's kind of center lower in the screen. So there's a suggestion. These are probably pretty soft. They're probably consolidated muds, and if so, are likely to represent some older deposits perched on the side of this canyon wall. If we can get one, it would be interesting to have a look at it and maybe determine how old it is. If it's got fossils that are datable. Right, yeah. That looks like it'd be a good one. Right. And if nothing else, that'll just be a good thing to find out. That's something geologists do a lot when they're on a traverse. You might just smack a rock and see how hard it is. Get a look at the inside of it. Yeah. That one with the laser on it, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. 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 It's starting to crack.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Well, if it's possible to get a piece, but if not, we do know at least what we're looking at. Yeah. 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 Oh yeah. Sure. Sure. It's still something we that would be of interest if we could get a date on it. Gentle fingers. Nice. Oh, maybe just, lost that. Yeah. Yeah, maybe give it one more shot, and if we can't get anything, we'll move on. We might get a few fragments. Yeah, we might lose it, but that's okay. I don't want to spend too much time here. So yeah. Perhaps we'll see something further up. Right. You can see a little a little bit of a rind, but yeah, clearly muddy, mud, almost a mudstone. and maybe we have enough. We'll be able to pick out some microfossils for dating. Have this as ID. One moment. ID EX2306. D12-03G in the starboard forward rock box. All right, thanks. We're just a few kilometers here from the Queen Charlotte Fault, which defines the plate boundary here between the Pacific Plate and the North American Plate. The Pacific Plate is moving northwards relative to the North American Plate here at about 55 millimeters per year, and so this is a very seismically active area. The last big earthquake in this immediate vicinity was in 2013, a magnitude 7.5 earthquake, and it's easy to imagine seeing how soft and friable these rocks are, that an event like that might have shaken down most of the blocks we're looking at during that last event.
Here's another one of those Bathypathes black corals to the left. We got a decent zoom on one earlier, but actually if we could snap on that one just to get the branching pattern from here. Yeah, the orange branching. Yep, thank you. Oh wow, lots of those little shrimp right beside it. Just kind of taking cover underneath this, yeah, Bathypathes of some sort. We'll kind of collect some of this video to see if we can confirm. There's also something growing on the branches of this one. Always useful to note, and lots of these shrimp hanging out along the base. Great, thank you. I think we're okay for now. Yeah, thanks.
And when we see these kind of trains of material, this really does start to look like a debris flow or debris avalanche of material that came down the hill, perhaps during a recent earthquake.
Lots of these flytrap anemones still, and a couple of really big whelks, I think. Some of those large snail shells or gastropods. Can we have a zoom on that gastropod that we're passing by, the snail shell? Ooh, beautiful. So you can see a bunch of the foot extended, a little bit obscured by this sediment plume, but I think we have what we need. That's great.
That helps a lot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is just like driving in the snow. When you turn off the fog lights, you can see a little bit better. It's not lighting up every little flake that's coming your way.
Perhaps another little train of debris running down the slope. Possibly as kind of a single flow. There's clearly a little, little debris flow down the side of the slope. They're becoming more and more obvious now as we keep going up. Those would If those are all related to a single event, they're almost surely related to the 2013 Craig earthquake.
Oh, and we're getting into a little field of these carnivorous sponges. There's quite a few of them, pretty high abundance right here. Interesting. Sometimes we see these fields associated with chemosynthetic environments, but yeah, sometimes we just see these large fields kind of isolated. They must just really like this area. They seem comfortable anchoring on the mudstone and trying to catch small invertebrates as they pass by in the water column. It's another nice basket star, and I think up here a soft coral. So a lot of these, pink, very squishy looking corals are, I call them soft corals. They don't have any of the hard calcareous skeleton, or sometimes they'll have these those small sclerites that give a little bit of structure and a little bit of protection maybe, but they don't have the kind of branching skeleton that some of the bigger corals do. So this one is probably a Gersemia. I've identified a couple of similar looking specimens to Gersemia Julie Packarday. Of course you would need to look at it in the lab to be sure, but something like that. Ooh, we have a request for the white stars. I didn't see any, so maybe we'll pan back and take a look for some white sea stars after this. Seeing lots of hydroids and tube anemones and ophiuroids or riddle stars also on this rock. Yeah, did you see any a white sea star? I'm not seeing one. A white and an orange one primed to attack, so yeah, that's okay. Maybe I'll just scan around as we continue through here and see if we can see another one. I just saw the message in the science chat there. I think there's a bit of a lag. No, I think that's another Cereanthid, and we might target one for collection, but maybe closer to something else.
There's some likely outcrops. It's interesting how those are kind of bored looking. They've got a bunch of voids in them, a lot of big holes. Oh yeah, up ahead I think that's what we're seeing, more of that, and something is perhaps digging into these soft mudstones. Yeah.
Wow, this is a very abundant field of these cladorhizas. A couple of them, every now and then you see one that's branched, kind of a sparse branching pattern on them. Most of them are just this single long stick. Just a little more sinister knowing that they're carnivorous. They're actively trying to catch the unsuspecting critters that are floating around and might get stuck to them. RV, could we get a zoom on the small white things on this rock, kind of a little bit lower, to the right? Just wondering, a couple of them look like cup corals. Just, would love to take a quick close-up. Some of these I think are small anemones. Maybe to the bottom there's a large flytrap anemone, and to the left of it has a large base. Or sorry, it's a little bit orange and with a white base. Oh, there's a sea star maybe also of interest. But yeah, if we could get
possibly
a zoom, if you could turn the lasers on, that would help. Yeah, right under the lasers, that to the left there, that little, yeah, there. Yeah.
She's busy.
Yes, there we go. Another one of those little cup corals. I'm wondering if the rock here is softer, if maybe we can try, well, maybe I'm thinking about attempting a collection. If the rock is softer, we might be able to kind of scrape it off and break the rock. Yeah, that would be great if we could, or maybe try to grab onto it, and if it crumbles, then we can suction it. Yeah. Oh, could we, while we're here, before we move, can we zoom on that sea star to the lower right? I mean, even there's another one. So kind of take your pick of cup coral targets, I think. I wonder if this isn't the sea star that Chris was talking about earlier. So we'll just hold this zoom for a moment and see if he tunes in with any comments. Wow, really different ornamentation on those, the kind of projections coming out of the top of this sea star. Very cool. Huh. Oh, wow. So he says mixasterid, which is, I think, a group that we haven't seen yet on this survey. That's great. I think we can set up for our cup coral collection. Also a nice view of these tube anemones, which are another target. Yeah, that one's that would work for me. Ooh, also maybe a different crab than the ones that we saw earlier. Oh, hello. Yeah. To unmute, there you go.
Awesome.
I was so hyper-focused on this collection, I didn't notice
Completely
that
understandable.
Emily switched out for Jamie. I was also going to say, if folks want to tune into stream number 3, we have some really good angles of this collection available. So we're aiming for one of these little cup corals. We found a few dead skeletons on the rocks that we were picking yesterday, but no live one for DNA. I was going to check that one.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Yeah. So I'm hoping this mudstone is friable enough
Yeah.
that it'll kind of break off.
Maybe even if we use the claw to shake the cup coral a little bit, the mudstone would fall away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was wondering if even just poking it with the suction sampler might do it.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we think about trying to pick up the whole stone? Ooh. Something came up.
Nice.
Huh. Ooh, something's in there.
Looks like it made it.
There's something. Yeah. So we're just taking a look at the jar cam to see what's fallen in. Okay, yeah, I think mostly pieces. Okay, well we could get some DNA from the pieces, and then we have sort of the older dead skeletons to look at for morphology, so that should work. Could we zoom a little bit in the area that we just collected? Just in case there's a Syrianthid close by. Oh, that might be it, actually. Yeah, there's actually those, I think that's exactly what that is, the like tubed anemone, which is also on our collection list, and I think that we might have got one in the jar cam. That's great. Actually, I think we're good. Oh, there it is. Oh, guess I should do this. Do you feel like, oh, I don't see it up there. Unless it's this. No. Okay.
What are you looking for?
Just the sample entry.
Yeah. I don't have that. I'm sorry.
Jamie does, but it's not up right now, so I can do that.
There it goes. Nice.
Ooh,
There it
beautiful.
is.
Excellent, thank you. Exactly what we needed from
And
that collection.
intact.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
in really good shape. Field ID. Okay, so that should be EX2306-D12-04B in section canister number 1. Can we maybe get a snap zoom of this crab while it's there, and then sure, sounds good. Let's see.
It's interesting how its carapace color does not match its leg color.
Really different, yeah.
I have not seen something like, at least I have not noticed something like that yet.
Yeah, so I have been struggling with crab ID. Not something I usually spend a lot of time looking at, but there's a couple of crabs on this list. Let me see if I can check. Or if someone in the science chat happens to be able to pipe in with a quick ID, we can get an idea of what this one is. There is a golden king crab. Some of the really spiky lithoted crabs. Huh.
Interesting.
Wow, it's also very still, a little too still. I wonder if this, sometimes they molt and leave their shells behind. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's moving, and maybe hasn't for a while.
Sedimented or dirty.
It does, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can kind of see in its eyes it doesn't look.
Yeah, they look a little bit empty. So, yeah, seconded from our science chat that it might be a molt. Very cool.
Interesting.
Yeah. Seeing some other little crustaceans, maybe little amphipods on it. That's great. Thanks for that. Always very interesting to document. Yeah, it looks pretty still. If I was paying attention, I probably would have noticed it didn't move an inch. No, I think that's great. We're good to continue up along this line. Yeah, again, really high abundance of these carnivorous sponges, which I always love to see. Can we zoom in on that white thing on the ground? Oh, it might just be a sponge. Yes, please. I think it's just
fallen sponge.
Yeah, it looks like it got a little tall, and it was on a rock that, maybe the whole thing kind of got bowled over. Yes, I'd say so. That's great. Thanks. Just a quick zoom to confirm. Yeah, the cup coral turned out great. Very excited about that one. It's actually really helpful to have rocks that aren't really rocks that kind of crumble apart when you're trying to sample some of those animals that usually adhere to them really strongly, and so they're hard to sample without collecting a whole really big rock.
What's that?
Oh, yeah.
That looks different than the others.
Definitely. Can we zoom in on this really fuzzy stick-shaped thing? I'd say it's an unbranched bamboo coral. So the growth form of being a long stick sticking up out of the sediment or the rock seems to be a popular one in this area. But yeah, this one, instead of having those little tufts of spicules coming out, this will have individual little polyps, each of them kind of feeding, using their tentacles to feed on things that are coming out of the water column. There we go. So So there we go. I don't think that we have a chance of seeing the bamboo kind of skeleton underneath because of all of the tissue on here, but you can see the each individual polyp and each of them with 8 tentacles, little projections coming off the tentacles, and really big sclerites coming out in between them. So all of these features can help us to identify this one. There's a big revision in this group going on right now, so I think these corals are kind of lumped into a morphology rather than having a specific name associated with them at the moment. Very cool though. Yeah, generally like not a lot of sclerites except for those really big ones that you can see the little white lines coming out from in between the bases of each tentacle.
It's interesting, unless this marine snow is drifting from the currents we're creating with our ROV, but all the tentacles are facing the opposite direction as the flow of the marine snow.
Yeah, they're definitely really floppy. They kind of lack the like really hard structure. Like some of the primnoas we were seeing yesterday were like covered in almost like an armor of sclerites, and these ones are really loose and just kind of flop around.
They can pivot.
I think it would be beneficial, like they can seem to be able to grow really long, like a really long unbranched, morphology that can get like over a meter. I think we've seen before. So I think they seem to kind of just whip around whichever way the current is blowing, and that flexibility maybe is helpful. But yeah, definitely facing. Kind of pushes them to face away from the current.
I see.
Yeah.
And it looked like there was a flash of bright purple. Might be a worm.
Yeah, I think it is. I've been keeping an eye out. Yeah, I still keep an eye out. There is a bright purple encrusting coral.
Ooh.
That I'm looking for, but every time it's turned out to be one of those really beautiful scale worms. And those look like, more of those tube anemones at the base that we've been looking for. Beautiful, very helpful to see the attachment point there at the base. It's actually got a fairly large basal plate that's adhered to one of those rocks underneath.
Alrighty.
So it looks like we've come up about 70 or 80 meters on this dive from the bottom of the canyon. Up the side of the flanks. Looks like we're starting to get into, the slope has steepened up just a little bit, and we're seeing maybe just a slightly more cemented lithified mudstones perched up higher.
This is a nice view of a sponge. There's an interesting texture. A little different from the ones we've been seeing earlier, the carnivore sponges with the stalks.
It's got a very bristly look to him.
It does. But I am not a sponge expert, so I cannot say what kind of sponge that is. Maybe someone in the chat can help me out with that. Wow. A very fibrous look. And it looks like pretty clean on the inside.
A little bit of sediment piled up right on the very top rim, but...
Indeed. We have a suggestion, maybe a boot sponge.
That's an expression Merlin uses a lot.
A boot sponge?
I'm not sure if it's an official designation. Nice crab.
Nice. Ooh, could we get a quick zoom on this pink blob right next to the crab? It almost looks similar to the pleurodranks we were seeing on one of our earlier dives. That's beautiful. If this is similar to the pleurodranks we saw, we took a sample of those a couple dives ago, and when I processed that sample, being the weird person I am, I smelled them, and they smelled like rotten eggs. Very nice. That's great.
Mitch says maybe Rabocalyptus.
Okay.
And yeah, that was the sponge.
Gotcha. This is some great imagery of this guy. Thank you.
Do you remember, did we get a name for that one?
We did not. Mitchell says that was the sponge. Okay.
This looks like a little debris chute right here on the slope. This is something that, again, that has a little bit of a void where the sediment has perhaps slipped away, cascaded down the hill.
We're seeing some more of those carnivorous sponges, the white stalks. And it looks like that could be a black coral. Could we get a quick zoom on that, please? That orangish coral right in the center. Perfect. Thank you. We might be interested in a sample. So a quick pause would be greatly appreciated. Maybe someone in the chat. But you can see the great, the sweeper tentacles towards the bottom, so nice and long. That's great, thank you.
And in the background you can see lots and lots of voids, holes, and burrows, likely made by different animals, finding it very easy to dig into this really soft mudstone, giving it almost kind of a honeycomb appearance in places.
Yeah, and this is an interesting thing right on the middle of the stalk. That could be a worm on it. If we could get a, let's see. Yeah, it looks like some type of worm associated with that. Great, thanks for that zoom. There has been a request for a sample on this one. Would that... One second.
Sorry, everybody, that was me.
Would it be possible to take a quick sample on this? Awesome, thank you. I've never done one. I don't know what I'm doing.
If you go down, it's this button. It would be great if we had the part that has the
associate on it,
yeah.
which is kind of that darker thing right down the center of the stalk. It could be a worm. Yeah, I think so. That sounds good. Yeah. Thank you. Wow, that's great. Looks like that worm is on the move. Awesome.
Might just break off, and that's okay.
Yep. Great, thank you so much. That was awesome.
And I see a little bit of mud in the rock box, so we haven't lost it all yet. So I have sample ID EX2306-D12-05B in the starboard inboard bio box.
And then if you guys want to put a move in after that, we can.
Copy.
And we have in the chat that the big crab we saw earlier was a tanner crab in the genus Kyonocetes.
And we love the phonetic.
Yes, that's super helpful.
Take that, Kale.
Here we have a grenadier. Gonna hold.
Hold it.
Go bridge. Copy, thank you.
Okay, and video's there.
Now, what's
Yeah,
our
this
surface
guy's
current doing?
It was very light.
Cooperating.
Decimal 3 at last check.
That's full wide.
Copy.
It remains decimal 2 now at a bearing of 325 degrees to the northwest.
Thanks.
Yep.
All right. Let's start coming on the slope here. Snap on this fish, Galen, if you want.
Okay, snapping on fish. Another little fish, looks like another smaller grenadier, I'd say.
Good.
Okay, and video's clear.
Snap on the sea cucumber.
Okay.
Is it time to get the ship moving a little bit? What do you guys think?
Yeah. Good for a move.
Yeah.
I'm looking out a good ways.
I see Sirius pointing at 145. You want it in that direction, 10 meters?
Just creeping in slowly, Kate.
Let me square up to what might be the wall. It's probably more like 140. What do
You want a
think?
stable shot on this, Galen?
135.
I can get a toe in.
I think we're good.
Okay. Well, let it go.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, coming wide.
Yeah.
You can call it 130.
Hang on. I'm trying to play with what looks like square to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Watch the next sonar scan. I've locked it in at 139 or so. Maybe.
That shrimp right there
145.
coming in center red.
Okay, coming into red.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Emily.
Square. Yeah, what do you think?
142. Yeah, looks good. Kind of.
Oh, very cool. That looks like a juvenile Gersemia maybe. And then a
I'll just call
Ceryanthid
it
anemone. I believe we've collected
Yeah.
one
Mark.
already.
10
And
meters.
that shrimp.
Bridge RV now.
Okay, and
We'd like a
video's
ship
clear.
move, please. Range of 10
Seeing a
meters.
few
bearing
juvenile
140
carnivore
at decimal 2
sponges.
knots.
Coming out.
And of course a really big one to the left.
Copy.
Probably in the genus is Bestipluma. And a
Good
nice
copy,
big
thank you.
brittle star at the bottom.
Keep coming up.
Ship underway, pilots.
The range of reactions to the really large worms by the people working in the lab is always really fun to see. Some people love them, some people not so
32
much.
degrees.
Copy.
Pretty far out there.
Copy. Take a snap on this center, Galen,
Okay,
while we're waiting for toe in.
snapping center.
And that was only a 10 meter move. If you guys want me to add to that, let me know.
We'll get close up to this guy while we're waiting. Yeah, pull back out just a hair, Caitlin.
Okay, coming out.
All right, you can take that now.
Okay, coming in.
A couple of these nice little cup corals and that this shrimp here. There is interest in sampling some of the shrimp, but I'm waiting
the
for more
focus is
information
in.
before I
We'll
call
run
it. So I think we'll leave this one for now.
I feel like
Wow.
we'd have
Pause
to
on that, get
suction
some
a
light on
shrimp.
Yes, I think
Let me
that's the
hold
only way.
this for right now.
Otherwise, they're pretty fast, and even then, you might not get one.
I like that the antennae are reflecting off the light.
Copy.
So apparently, I must have missed it when I was out at lunch.
Okay, and video's clear.
There's a big
Two-shot.
canner crab.
Sure.
Can notice the flat legs. Thanks for that
Gonna come out just a little bit.
ID help that can help us notice them in the future. Genus is Okeanos. I also
and
appreciate
video's clear.
the spelled out pronunciation. That
storm
really
coming?
helps us.
A small one.
You want that cup coral
Oh.
center?
Cup coral.
So we've got thanks for the great collection that I missed. I heard there was a really big worm associated with the Antipitherian, the black coral that was collected, and of course there's
All
some
good.
confusion about what species
And
the black
unfortunately, I
coral
can't
might
get
be.
that
So
Highlight. Oh, there we
really
go. I
important
got it out.
to have a sample so that we can confirm, see if it's the same as the ones that we've been seeing, or if it's a different species with different environmental preferences and distribution.
Okay, and video's clear.
Okay. Go bridge. Copy, thanks.
It's full wide.
Copy. Full wide.
RV, could we zoom in on that, maybe a sponge covered in brittle stars or something at the back, just coming into center now?
Back center, just left of the sea star.
No, farther back.
Further back.
Yeah, what's that?
Right on lasers.
Yes.
Copy.
Just a quick zoom so we can get an
You can take
idea
that,
of what we're looking at.
Caitlin, if you want quick zoom from
We
here.
can snap.
Yep.
Oh, interesting. So this is a small primnoid coral of some kind, possibly Peristinella, just covered in brittle stars, and some anemones. That's great. Thanks for that.
Come wide.
Okay, coming wide.
So possibly something that we might see a larger individual of later. Some really big soft corals, the Gersemia.
Have we seen this guy?
Yeah, I think we got a decent zoom of the Brisingid earlier on. I think we'll kind of continue to scan and make our way over this feature. Can we zoom in on the pink to the left of the lasers and a little below?
Sure. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Okay, coming in. Gonna hold here.
Yep.
Huh. Could be, yeah, a corallid of some kind. So the could be a really small Paragorgia just kind of starting, or it could be juvenile
I have
mushroom
more zoom.
corals, but it looks a little more like a Paragorgid of some kind. It's very cool. And of course, these beautiful little
I'm
cup
gonna come
corals.
Zoom
I'm
in.
really glad to have a sample of.
Yeah.
Lots
Give
of
me one more
tubes
second.
of
Okay.
some anemones and worms. That's great, thank you.
Okay.
Nikki, take me by that.
Oh, even closer. All right. Yeah, my guess is a really small Paragorgia, which is very cool.
That's
Can
next
see kind of some coloration around the base of the tentacles, with some maybe some sclerites kind of running up the edge of them, and then the tentacles themselves looking fairly clear and translucent. Very cool. I have a seconded ID of Paragorgia. That's excellent. So we might maybe see some larger
Video's
individuals
Copy.
farther along this dive. Thank you.
So there's kind of two populations of holes that I presume are bored into these rocks. A smaller set that are centimeter size or a little smaller, and then some bigger ones that are a couple centimeters across. Do we know what sort of critters
See if they want
would
this
be
coral.
doing that?
Okay. Stand by.
Maybe I'm guessing the smaller ones would be worms.
Yeah, certainly lots of worms seem to like to burrow in the softer sediment, and because these rocks are quite soft, possibly some worms. The Syrianthid tubes seem to kind of be more on the top of the sediment. Yeah, worms is also my guess. Here's another one of the Calagorgia that we've seen earlier, and quite a few of these brittle stars, or could be closer related to basket stars with these really long, tenderly, almost snake-like arms.
You can take more there, Caitlin, if you want.
I'd love a zoom
Okay.
of this one if we can.
Gonna hold here.
Yeah, I don't know if you
want the stars or the...
So yeah, I'd say definitely it's very planar. Looks to me like a Caligorgia. And I don't have it on my list for collection, so yeah, I think we'll just document some really nice imagery of the way that the polyps are lined up on the skeleton, and then after that we can continue.
Video's clear.
Okay.
Coming wide.
And I guess the tube anemones themselves are habitat forming, so they might be
That's full
kind
wide.
of making larger structures with the tubes that could be habitat for other
Want another
animals.
10 meters or?
Yeah. Unless, what do you think?
And of course, lots and lots of these carnivorous sponges everywhere.
CD2 out at
It's a
maybe
big
18
sea
meter
star of
range
some
on
kind on
sonar.
the top of that one.
Might
Can we zoom in on this red thing in the middle?
Sure can.
Why don't we do 10?
Go ahead,
10.
Caitlin.
And
Just a snap.
I thought
Partial.
it might be a
Bridge over
jelly.
Yes, we'd
Kind
like
of a
another ship move
folded
to
up
the same as the last.
jellyfish,
Range 10
but
meters,
now I
bearing 140
don't
degrees
know.
at
Oh
distance
yeah,
2 knots.
I think I see the kind of tentacles coming out of the bottom. Maybe something like Paralia.
Good copy, thank you.
Yeah, it looks
Standing
like
on the
it's-
bottom.
Yeah, it is. Does look like it's standing on its little
Just
legs.
creeping
It's
out, okay.
maybe caught up in something, kind of a dead one or a dying one that's floated down to the seafloor and is kind of tangled up in
Looks like
these
it's caught.
serianthid tubes. This kind of looks like it's turned inside out on itself, maybe. Okay, good. I've got a seconded ID of Paralia.
Get more if you want.
Okay, I do have more. That's next soon.
Copy.
Ooh, very interesting seeing those long
Maybe
canals
lights
or
or-
veins almost going
Oh.
through the
Let's try
cap
lights.
of this jelly.
Cope out. Get the fog safe work.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, I think video's clear.
Okay. Alright.
It's full wide.
Up and away we go.
There's another juvenile Bathypathes of some sort and some larger colonies farther back. Very cool, and that primnoid, probably Peristinella,
Do you want this
just covered in brittle stars.
floater here?
The tentacle?
Yep.
We can.
I'm getting a closer look at
Frogs are
this
still hot at
ctenophore
40.
that's floated into
Okay.
view.
That's right inside of us. We'll let him go.
It's full wide.
Copy.
So I'm seeing George Matsumoto piping in with an ID of Bolenopsis. It's the lobate ctenophore that has been drifting by from time to time. So that one there is possibly a Bolenopsis.
Go ahead. Thanks, Bridge.
It's kind of truncated beds here. Probably the head of a slide. You can even kind of make out some kind of striations down the slope below it, and a little chute just to the right that some sediment came
There's an
shooting down
octopus on that rock.
probably
above us.
about the same time. Copy. Coming in.
Oh, there's something interesting on
An
that rock up
octopus?
ahead. Is it another octopus?
That's what video says.
Good eye. We've seen the other one was also like this kind of, are there two of them?
It's coming in easy.
Just thinking the other one
I
was
think
kind of
there
in a
are.
similar position, and if so,
Wow.
I wonder if they might be guarding a clutch of eggs. Sometimes they kind of hang off of the sides of rocks like that when
Not clear fogs.
that's what they're up to. And this one
Yes. Let's do
Um, looks like it might have been there a while, so I'd love to get a zoom in on this, and maybe if we can check out to see underneath if it looks like there are eggs there.
Just creep it in, watch the.
Sure.
Make sure they don't get too spooked out.
Yeah, so this species has an incredibly long
Can I zoom in on fish face?
gestation period. Oh, wow.
That's great.
That's a very
go
cool
back.
shot of that grenadier.
Oh, it looks so
Unfortunately,
like,
just swimming out of view. But yeah, these octopus will
It's a good
will
view
lay
of
their
it.
eggs
It
and then
advances.
proceed to sit
Okay.
on top of them, kind of
I'm a
take
little
care of
far
them,
away. I can
move
get
a
closer.
little bit of
Okay,
water
well, let's
around
try
to
this
make
out.
sure they get access to
Zoom in on
to
those.
fresh water and gas exchange. And they will stay there, not eating and not
Oh, hi, you're back.
doing anything but protecting their
Well, the
eggs for the
octopus,
rest
yeah.
of their life. And I see them. There they are.
Oh, that's great.
Wow, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can see some of the eggs below that. One looks like it's been there quite a long time.
One on the right.
She's kind of
Yeah.
drained of a lot of color, but still able to move.
You tell me when you want to get zoom
Yeah,
on it.
let's zoom
So
on the egg.
there are other researchers that have found these octopus guarding their eggs and have come back 1 year later, 2 years
Kinda see
later,
inside
and
of
they've
it a
still
little
found
bit.
the same octopus guarding the same clutch of eggs.
max
They
zoom.
think that it could be
I can get closer
something
if we want.
approaching
Okay.
4
If you wanna
years.
do that, you're gonna have to come back.
And
Wow.
where she
Yeah,
just sits
that's the first
there
shot for right
doing,
now.
not eating,
Okay.
not doing
Okay.
anything else but
We're gonna
taking
get
care of
closer.
these
Yep.
eggs until
Back up.
until they
Okay.
hatch
Really
and she passes away.
I thought I could see the embryo inside the egg moving a
Yeah,
little
they look
bit.
like they're pretty well developed. Yeah, if we
I
could
don't
get
think they're gonna go anywhere. Let me get closer.
no, I don't think so. We'll try not to bother them too much, but this is just a fantastic opportunity to gather a little more information about these. So these are the second and third Grandaloni boreopacifica deep sea octopus that we've seen in this posture. So my guess, just based on the color of these two, is that the one on the right has perhaps been there for a little bit longer and is reaching the end of this cycle, whereas the one on the left might be a little more recent. And there are folks piping in on the science chat that agree.
I'm gonna clear lasers.
Okay. I might
Interesting.
need
The
these
suckers look a little bit
bogs, but
different.
Let me zoom in really quick, see what I can do without them. I don't want to disturb them too much. Oh, it looks like the egg is behind.
Yeah,
the
if we could get a little
tentacle.
bit of a view. Kind of hard to see now. She's moved her arm a bit. Wow, this is fantastic. So she's just clinging on, and we can barely catch a glimpse of the eggs beneath.
I don't see any eggs in view.
It's just behind that tentacle. on
Wow.
Right.
There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, just beautiful. So yeah, we could assume that these eggs are a little bit farther along than the group on the left. You can almost make out a pattern inside of them. You can almost see, can't tell if it's shadows or something moving around in there.
Those eggs are probably just loose. She's holding them from falling down the hill.
No, I think they're attached.
Or do
I
they
think
get
we can
attached?
we can see
Yeah.
that little
Might be
attachment point right there at the
Okay.
top. So they'll
That one in the back?
they'll kind of adhere to parts of this rock
'Cause it's
and
empty.
Yeah.
dangle a little bit. And I think she's just, occasionally gently blowing water over them to keep them
Fish is right on your starboard side.
supplied with fresh water
That's pretty
and
good.
protection.
It's a nice shot of the.
Wow, just
back cam, huh?
beautiful.
Yeah, that's why I put it there. Love the colors.
I want to see if we can see a...
And it's nice
Any
I
more
don't
of
see
them?
any large
I wanna come out just a
predators
little bit.
around,
Okay.
but even though she's been hanging out in
can
this
get
exact
her
spot
center as
for...
well.
Oh, there is one. I spoke too soon. Not so much a predator. I think those
Yeah, if we
those
can tilt
crabs that
down,
we're
that'd
seeing
be great.
beside her are scavengers, so
One shot on the-
they
tight on
won't...
the head.
they probably won't bother
And
her
eye.
or the eggs
There
too
we go with
much.
the head.
Okay.
But
Let's
what they're
do
waiting for
the
is
eye
the
and
end of this
drink
cycle so
together.
that they can scavenge.
She's sleeping.
Wow. I'm really glad to hear. We just heard from my coworker Charisse Dupreez and also Heidi Gartner are tuning in. We had an opportunity to watch some of these octopus of the
That's
same
next, so.
species in one of our study sites a bit further south, and we were all blown away.
We can get you more light if you
Very
think it
cool
would
to
help.
be able to capture this this
The video
really
person in me
rarely
says
seen
yes.
I could do fogs,
so-
or I could bring the lower swing
I don't
arm
know,
around
process happening.
Let's do fogs at like 30%.
You know, the odds
And then
of
bring it up real
stumbling
slow.
upon
Yeah.
the exact
5,
rock that these octopus have chosen as their
15,
nesting site is pretty hard to calculate or think
25.
about.
There's 30.
Yeah, that'll work.
So I think, yeah, it's incredibly rare to be able to get this kind of imagery. We'll just spend a little bit more time watching these.
I'll point out they are actually attached to something that is an actual rock. Lithified. It looks rather different from the mud stones we've been
That's
seeing.
Maxim, too.
It's got
Yeah.
a bit more iron staining and is maybe solid.
I'm going to come out just a little bit.
Yeah, you would definitely
Looks
want a
like she
really
has something
solid
in the
attachment
mantle.
point if you're going to hang out there for 4 years, and you know you would want to set up your eggs for the
Looks
best
like
chance
you
of
can see
success.
the
I would
egg on
worry
the
about
left
the
a
way
little bit
this
better
rock is
now.
perched, though, in this
But-
kind of debris chute.
Bring my lower
When
swing arm
when there are
forward
big
a little,
earthquakes
try
just
leaning
a
underneath
couple
the body.
kilometers
Okay,
away
yeah.
happening,
Try that.
Yikes.
The-
Yes, please.
a
That's
fair amount
that'd be
of
great. I'm gonna come out just to do the full
regularity.
body.
I wonder if we could pan over to the other individual just to take a look. If we can see some of those eggs as well. Oh, I think I see one right now.
Okay.
And that last big earthquake would have been back in 2013, a magnitude 7.5.
Yeah, it looks like we can see the.
So they
the
clearly
eggs
made
of
it through
the other
that.
one
Well,
pretty well.
no, they haven't.
yeah.
That's
So let's go for that one.
10 years ago.
Yeah, I think they're. It's
Oh,
somewhere
okay.
on the
Okay.
more in the range of
I'm
4
gonna come in.
years.
Yep.
So what were you doing 4 years ago when that octopus to the right was initially laying these eggs and has just been there taking care of them this whole time? Wow. Yeah, a better view of at least 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 6 that you can see. So probably
come
quite
in
a few
tighter on
more
the
under
eggs.
there.
Copy. Wow.
Oh, very cool. So yeah, definitely, I would say hasn't been there as long as the individual that we were just looking at on the right. It's just like a little more color and a little more life left in this octopus. The eggs do look a little bit younger.
One on the right is
And
lifting
again,
its
she's
legs.
just
Oh, it has?
gently moving
Yeah.
water to keep them supplied with
Let's-
fresh water and
let's pan
gas
over.
exchange.
Well, I'm
Okay.
going to zoom out really quick. and
Oh,
see
that's
if
just
we can-
beautiful. This is the third
see
one.
what
We didn't
they-
get a good look at
Maybe
the first octopus we came across, but this is possibly 3 of these deep sea octopus guarding
Yeah,
their
'cause
clutches
the
of eggs. It's
one
so
on the
beautiful.
right, the eggs are more see-through.
Come back up.
Okay, coming back in.
It's interesting. Oh,
Fogs are off.
actually, Charisse pointed out
Lower swing
Jim
arm is
Barry
down
and folks at
swung forward.
Mbari just published on octopus nesting at vent sites or around vents where we saw quite a few of these were at seep sites. Oh, it looks like one of those might have hatched. Just looks a little bit empty.
I'm gonna look down a little bit.
They recorded
Make
the
sure
warm
we're
water literally
swing arm in the mud.
cuts the incubation time in half. So it's really interesting to see
It's basically
Bring it
touching.
up.
other octopus with no apparent heat source nearby.
Those octopus Charisse is referring to were, I believe, the ones at near the base of Davidson Seamount.
Okay.
So they were in slightly deeper water.
In ROV-HD2, we have a better view of
and possibly
the one on
less
the
oxygenated
left and
water
its eggs. Can we pan
at that location.
Mini Zeus
This
over
might be
to
more,
the right a little bit?
in general,
And I will, in Mini
straight
Zeus.
down shot.
a little friendlier
Yeah, there's a
environment
straight down shot
in any case.
Mini Zeus.
Okay, so a little more access to oxygen and other things, but less,
Yeah.
but a little
I'm gonna
colder.
zoom in on that.
There's a few
So
more
maybe
eggs there.
the trade-off between speeding
if
things
you
up,
look at
but
Mini Zeus here on the
having
right main screen.
harder access. Oh, that's so cool. We have this other view. Is that on stream?
I'm
3?
gonna put it on stream 3 really quick.
So I think on stream 3 we have a fantastic view from a different camera on this ROV that just shows those eggs underneath of the octopus to the left. Just
I
fantastic.
think I have more zoom on.
Yeah, it almost
on
looks like
Mini
that
Zeus
could
as
be an
well, so
empty
if we
egg
come in-
case to the right. So I wonder if some of these
Oh,
haven't
That's it.
hatched, or at
Yeah.
least are
Giving you
spent
a
in
little
some
bit
other
more
way.
view there. That's very cool.
Tilting up gently.
Estimated clutch size counting stocks
Yeah,
after
but you can
hatching was
see inside of
155
those.
to
look at the one on
165
the top.
eggs. That's really
Like, you can see
surprising.
the eye.
Yeah. You can
I
see
feel
on
like
a
you-
bunch of them.
It would be
Wow.
hard to fit that many under there, considering the size of these eggs.
Let's hold that.
That's very cool. Thanks
That's a
to
great
George
view.
for that fact.
Yeah, like you can see the suckers of that top egg.
And I've also
Yeah.
been shared
A few of
an
them.
article that suggests a 53-month incubation time.
I'm going to come out on main Zeus.
Okay.
So I won't
Just
be
a
able
little
to
bit.
do the math on the fly,
Little-
but think about where you
little
were
over
53
4 years.
months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Wow, just amazing.
Nice little nursery.
Yeah, so it looks like this octopus, you wouldn't think after so long being down here and not eating, doing the same thing,
Can we tilt down on mini Zeus?
she wouldn't
too?
have
See the rest of those
a whole lot
eggs?
more,
Here,
energy,
let's
but
tilt
you
down just a
see
little bit
quite
more.
a bit
See
of
that one
movement
at
in
the
the
bottom?
arms. And those, I know from watching
there we go. Hold that.
watching the species in other
You can
places
see
that they
her
can
eye and
react
siphon
fairly
too.
quickly if she wants to kind of nudge those scavengers like that big crab over there out of the way.
Oh yeah, I'm going to zoom in on main Zeus
Okay.
on that crab.
Yeah.
That's in the back.
Just beautiful.
You bring starboard, lower, inboard, out, down, and inboard just a little bit.
Starboard. Okay.
Looks like that crab at the moment is more interested in the piece of kelp that's landed down here than anything.
Bringing it inboard now.
Okay.
It's very close to the
I'm going to bring
seafloor.
mini Zeus out for a full body shot.
Let me know before you move anywhere.
Yeah.
And as we pan out, I'd love to get the lasers on kind of the base of the tentacles, definitely
I'm gonna come
avoiding
out
the
on
eyes,
Main Zeus.
so we can
Lasers
get an
on.
idea of the measurement of the eggs and the octopus.
Yeah, just be careful with the laser.
That's
there,
beautiful,
yeah.
thanks. And maybe pan over if we can to the one on the left.
Yeah, we've got our lower swing arms out right now, watch lead.
Oh, okay,
we're just-
sure.
We're just setting up some lighting here.
Yeah, sounds
We'll
good.
Get those secure, and I can pan over and get
Wow.
lasers.
Okay, lower,
I'm gonna-
starboard has been lifted, so you're clear to swing left.
Yeah, I'm going to come out on mini Zeus so you can see.
If you ooch left, you should be good.
Yep.
And then as you come in, I'm going to.
Wow, okay, so I've had some more
observations
observations in the science chat that 4.5 years was a minimal from in situ observation. There's another article
Splash lasers
with an
real quick.
equation
Yeah,
and a
sounds
graph
good.
based on temperature that suggests that at 1,500 meters, with the temperature taken into consideration, the estimate is
Clear
up to
lasers
7
there.
years,
I'm gonna come in,
which
on
is
main
wild.
Zeus. Frame her up.
Okay, I'm gonna
Gonna hold right here.
bring in,
I think I had
starboard
just
leveler
moved to the
down a
west
touch
coast at
to see
about
if I
that
can get
time.
some light
So
over
a
there.
lot that has happened in 7 years.
Center. Okay.
I think I got the
When
light
Sounds
to do
good.
that now.
These deep sea octopus potentially having just started this process.
Okay, gonna come in.
Go ahead.
Gonna hold here.
Fantastic. So we'll just pause to get a few final shots of these.
Can you
Of
tilt
this,
up on
this
main Zeus? please?
really
Sure.
beautiful and rare observation of a deep sea octopus guarding
Okay, hold
and
there. We're gonna come in on
guarding
this
her
one.
clutch of eggs, and
Oh,
then I
that's
think
nice.
we'll move on.
Okay, and video is clear.
Okay. All right, Todd, you want to get everything
Okay, let me
set up again here? Tell me when you're ready.
stand by.
Yep.
Okay, I think lowers are safe.
Okay.
They're outboard and up enough.
Hmm.
Yep.
We'll just put HDT
Yeah, it
back
can't be
to
a
center.
coincidence that they've chosen the same rock. There must be something about it that provides the exact kind of conditions that they're looking for.
All right, Caitlin. We're going to say bye.
Cool. Thank you both.
Nice job.
I'm just going to come
Wow.
back over the top.
Just amazing.
Did you get the lasers on that rock for comparison?
I think we got it
Yeah.
close to
All
the.
right, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Thanks. Had it on the other
Job, so
side, so
clear.
this is very helpful.
Bye,
So
girls.
make sure to give them
Ladies.
lots of space as
Thank you
we
for
as we
sharing.
head up and out.
Good eye.
You know, depending on when the one on the left started this process, you know, they could still be there many years from now doing the same thing. It's pretty wild to think
We're gonna
about.
Stop, right, John? We've been here for a while.
Affirmative, yep.
Yeah. What do you got me? 6-0.
Yeah, push out a little bit more and we'll
Yeah.
get that a move.
I'll just keep coming up this gully here. It's pretty cool.
That's incredible.
I've never
nice
seen
work.
two, much less with
Yeah.
eggs.
There's another octopus.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Stop showing off.
Oh,
Chris.
Oh wow, I think a different kind of octopus.
Yeah, Chris, that was amazing. Nice work.
Thank you.
Piloting. Same to you, Caitlin.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
Another one of those Calagorgia corals and the black coral to the left, and this
I've
looks
never
like
seen the
a
eggs so
different
transparent that
species
you
of
can see
octopus
through
to
and
me.
see, like,
Maybe
the
one
eye
of the
like
Muse
one of the
octopus.
babies.
You can take partial of that, Kayla.
Okay.
Kind of walking along the seafloor. Kind of on extended arms. Very cool. Wow, if that's true, this is a really interesting area. This is the fourth octopus we've seen just since lunch.
Mirror meters. Maybe this is a nursery.
Do we see anything different in the temperature or salinity or anything like that?
Hard
now?
to tell. It could just be a lighter
I
A lighter
I've been sitting
color.
Here since after lunch, I don't know what it was beforehand.
Copy.
Might want to ask science if they've been noting that.
Yeah, actually, maybe just a lighter color morph of the
I'm just gonna
same
zoom out
octopus
just
that
to
we've
keep the
been
body.
seeing. You can see
Yeah,
it's
I'm just gonna
starting
put
to
a TED
darken
right on top
now
of this rock.
on one side as we get a little bit close.
We do seem to be in a little bit of a.
Of course, going off of color is a terrible idea for octopus. They can,
Okay.
they have the ability to change in the blink of an eye.
Go ahead.
Okay, coming in. Gonna hold there.
So I think we look at characteristics like the number of suckers per row, or the number of rows of suckers on the legs. Wow.
I'm zooming out just a little bit.
Copy. Lars can get you more light if you want it.
Yeah, let's do more light,
Copy that.
but just a little bit.
Just
like
kind of
20%.
curling their arms around that little piece of bubblegum coral in behind.
Increasing. You want fog lights? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, please.
Okay, fog lights coming up. Fog lights are on. I can go up more if you need video.
Okay. I think we're okay for right now. Could I come in more on the eye?
Copy.
Wow, just mesmerizing the way that they move.
It's an interesting eyelid.
Yeah.
Seeing our reflection.
Okay, we've had another couple of votes for Granulodoni, so a different, or the same species as the ones that we were
Okay,
just
I'm gonna
looking at
zoom out a
guarding
little bit.
their
Okay.
eggs. Possibly looking
Can we
around
tilt down?
for
Yep.
a good location to do the same. It doesn't look like there's any more room on that rock, but we didn't really get a good look at the other side. Who knows?
I could do lasers as well. when
Very
I get a
cool.
chance.
There's also, you know, we were also speculating when we saw these before that there might be,
Oh, I wonder if it's
you
going
know,
to
maybe the males of the species are also hanging around during this time.
I'm going to come in.
Ooh, look at that.
Right,
Wow.
Zoom out.
You can almost see up to where the beak would be, almost. Oh, and look at the webbing at the base of these arms as well. Of course, I couldn't bring all of my identification books with me, so I'm really glad to have the help of our shore-based scientists to pipe in with potential identifications and let me know what they think.
Okay, going to zoom in a little bit more. Can we tilt down?
Yep.
Apparently the thinking now is that these nursery areas where we see multiple octopus guarding a brood of eggs are also potentially the mating grounds, so it is impossible that that's what some of these larger adults in the vicinity are up to.
I'm just going to tilt up for R3. I don't know if
Sounds
I've
good.
already got stills of this. Okay, on your call.
All right.
I'll let it go.
The video's clear.
Let's go find another.
Whew, I could watch these octopus all day, but yeah, maybe we'll say goodbye to this one. That's our fourth octopus since lunch, so it's possible that we'll see more. Just got some excellent imagery, lots of detail, especially of the arms, so we might be able to say a little bit more
Copy.
about what they're up to on
Another 10 meters.
review.
140.
140. Alright, I'm lined up on it.
Great
Ready to
job,
roll.
you know. We'd like another ship move, please. Same as the last. Range of 10 meters, bearing 140 degrees at decimal 2 knots. Good copy, thanks.
Another fairly large individual of the Bathypathes black coral that we sampled earlier. Be looking at how long the branches are compared to how long the stalk is. Some features like that can help us to identify them down to species. But of course, better than anything is having a sample on hand
I'm just driving there.
for us to compare.
I think if I stay in that neighborhood, we might be lucky and find some more.
And if you're joining us a little more recently, we've been seeing these carnivorous sponges for quite a while, just kind of fields of them at this point.
That's the thing. Like if I'd stayed 5 meters to the left, we never would have saw any of that. It's just so random.
It's part of the fun.
It's part of exploring.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, I'm going to stay in this gully, Lars. That's where we were at.
Copy that.
We've been following up this debris chute
I'm
for
holding on to
some
that,
time now,
140.
perhaps
Do you want me to come to
20
start
meters
a
or
little
so.
This is where I was at when we were taking those shots before.
Okay.
So come over to
I'm
your edge.
expecting that at some point we'll get up and see the source of the rocks
That's
that
another one.
It's a rock and
the octopus were on.
anemone. I have
I'm very
the
interested to see
thing
where
that
those come
uses it
from.
on my other screen, so I'm
Exploring.
keeping an eye out.
Copy.
Can we get a snap zoom on that coral, please? The
Sure
one
can.
just kind of
You take
lower
that
and
cable.
left of
Alrighty.
center.
This
The branched
branchy
one.
Okay.
Yeah, another
Go ahead, Rich.
small
Copy, thanks.
Peristinella, from the looks of it, a
It's a complete
primnoid
new
coral.
Copy. Thanks.
Zoom
We've
in
seen a
on the
couple of
polyps
these
a
with
little bit.
lots of
Yeah,
brittle
just
star
like
associates.
truncate
This
that
one probably has
pan
the
out of the way.
fewest so
Come
far.
back wide for me.
Okay, can we wide?
That's great, thanks.
Oh, it sounds like
Okay.
science might be clear.
All right. We'll let go.
Interesting patterns in the muds of, what are those? Those are, I don't know, a bunch of kind of linear looking things that look like they're folded.
Just going right to the edge. Lars.
They're
Now
bedding,
back.
but they're in all different
is it?
orientations. And we're just seeing different cross sections of the same thing.
That's a big crowd.
And you're just about off.
Yeah, I'm going to stop here.
Nice crab.
You can just snap, Caitlin. We're going to come back to the
Okay,
port.
snapping on crab. Can we hold here?
Yeah, so we've seen a couple of these, I think, lithodid crabs, really, really spiny ones. Possibly the
zoom in
scarlet
on
king
crab
crab, but
face.
I'd love to. I'd love to hear back from anyone on the science chat that's a little bit more well versed in their identification. Little
Holding
amphipods,
here.
I think, hanging out kind of near the eyes, and underneath of them, maybe cleaning off and eating debris on the shell. Very cool.
That's max zoom.
Just amazing. So yeah, we can kind of look at the overall shape and the different ornamentations on these on the
Please
shells
pardon
of
the
these crabs,
interruption.
and they can.
Your conference contains less than 3 participants at this time and will be disconnected in...
Good to know.
On your call, Caitlin.
Okay, coming wide.
Okay. All right, Lars, coming back out to you.
Understood. I came 20 degrees to starboard.
Very cool. So my, tentative ID is possibly the scarlet king
I'll
crab.
follow you over until I'm at a 140 again.
Good copy.
Another rock. They're really easy to spot.
put something else on him.
Yeah, no octopus, but a really large flytrap anemone.
Do you want close
Seeing
up with
if-
this watch?
No, that's okay. We had some really great ones earlier.
Copy.
Thank you.
All right, coming back to your center, Lars.
Understood. I still have a few more degrees to turn.
Okay.
Okay, I'm pretty sure they're at a 140.
Understood.
Yeah, that move is complete.
Yes, completed 2059.
2059, copy.
Should be settled out by now.
Understood.
You want another 10?
Good for probably get another 10 in, yeah.
Roger that. Good work. Bridge, RV nav.
Sea Star coming up here.
We make another ship move, please. Same as last. Range 10 meters, bearing 140 degrees at decimal 2 knots. Good copy, thank you.
So I think this is another one of those
Time pilot.
Copy.
terrasterid sea stars, possibly terraster. We looked at a similar one earlier, but I don't think we'll get any complaints if we get a quick zoom.
Go ahead, Katie.
Okay, coming in. Gonna hold here.
Charisse asks if there are any ship-based data on cold seeps in this canyon, and yes, there is. There is data. We don't know of any cold seeps, but this was surveyed by the Fairweather in 2016, I believe, and they had water column data. We mapped a smaller area this morning,
That's next
and
zoom.
haven't seen anything.
Yeah, it definitely did make me think of that when we saw those fields of cladorhizids. They
Let's
seem
tilt
to
down
like
to an arm.
existing in the periphery of certain chemosynthetic sites like vents and seeps. And then actually the place where we found the octopus nursery off of BC was in a big cold seep site with they were actually guarding their eggs on
And
those
videos
really
there.
huge shelves of carbonate rock.
Right, and you bring up a good point, and that's that just because we don't see a bubble plume in the water column doesn't mean there aren't cold seeps that simply aren't carrying methane or enough methane gas, if any, that would make bubbles. So yeah,
Right.
yeah, that was true of the Mount Davidson octopus nursery. There was definitely seepage, but you could only see it when we zoomed right in, and you could see the shimmering of the water,
Oh, interesting. Okay.
but no bubbles.
Not really measurable
Go ahead, Rich.
in any other way.
Copy, thanks.
Well, or just not whatever the fluid plumbing system is not doesn't have access to methane. In the case of Mount Davidson, it's because the fluids most likely are flowing mostly through basalt
videos
rock
there.
without any organic matter around, which is where the methane would come from.
Oh, I see. Okay. So just because it's not catching methane on the way up doesn't mean that there aren't fluids coming out from
Sure, and
crust, okay.
yeah, we might expect them on the walls of something near a continent, I suppose,
Oh, very
where
interesting.
you could get some sort of a hydraulic head from the land. But I'm speculating heavily on potential plumbing pathways.
Well, I asked you to. Yeah. So thanks for that. Oh, here's a bit of a different feature coming up as well. Oh, a rolling snail or a whelk. Lots of these little cup corals. We were able to collect one earlier,
another
so we can
octopus.
confirm. But
Tiny one.
they look like Caryophilia. Oh, there's a little baby one.
Zoom in.
Aw.
Yeah, I'm just slowly creeping in.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Oh, that's so cool. So we've seen the
Shot and then
we've seen the mother octopus, a couple of them
Oh, it's so
guarding
tiny.
their clutches of eggs,
Very
and
secure.
we've seen a couple of other adults, and now this one, less than 10 centimeter wide juvenile baby deep sea octopus. Beautiful.
Go ahead.
Okay, coming in.
Oh, wow. That is so cool to see. So yeah, just a little miniature version of the larger adults that we've seen in the area. So definitely some of those eggs or ones nearby that are further along have hatched, and I wouldn't hazard a guess on the age of this one. Maybe anyone in the science chat happens to know, but definitely, a smaller, younger individual. It's presumably coming up and out of this nursery ground.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, holding. A few more seconds. And video is clear.
Okay.
Going wide.
So this is really excellent, observation that kind of indicates a successful brooding in the area. Always nice to see, to get that full picture.
It's for JD.
Looks like you have quite the feature up to your...
And more of these darker rocks just in the debris chute. It's kind of funny, we don't see them anywhere else if they're falling off an outcrop, but maybe we'll see what's going on further up.
Yeah, they definitely seem to, mostly be found in those chutes or ditches or whatever you'd call them.
Yeah. Gully.
A gully, sure. Really big brisingid.
I'm just going to come straight up here.
Copy that. I'll follow you.
ROV, could we get the lasers on just to collect some measurements along the way?
Sure.
Thank you.
There you go.
So Elena Jorgensen commented that when they sampled Granulodoni in the Bering Sea, they'd frequently collect several specimens of varying sizes. Oh, sure, yeah.
Coming in the center, Kayla. Snap.
Okay, snapping.
Let's see, hard to tell what this is from afar. A worm. A big old worm. Wow. That's like 10 centimeters long.
Okay. Going wide.
Very cool. A really large scale worm of some kind. You can see the overlapping scales, or elytra. Thank you, Arvind, for that beautiful word. This is a really big individual. Very cool.
Okay. Can I zoom in?
Yeah, another zoom in would be great, just to document. I don't think we've seen a scale worm quite this size yet.
No, I'm sliding. Stand by.
Whoa.
All good.
Come back up.
Should I come back wide? Okay.
Yep. Just give me 1 second. All right, let's try that again.
Okay, coming in.
Yep.
Very much like a sea mouse, which I'd agree with. I guess those ones I often see a lot of debris or something covering the scales. Oh, very cool and weird. Wow. Just a little bit of that current picking up and moving some of the scales around. That's so cool.
Gonna come in tighter.
Okay.
That's
you can see some of the segments underneath. It's one of the segmented worm. Just amazing. Oh, And if it's like other scale worms that we've collected, they can move, they can swim really fast when they want to.
Okay, I'm going to come out for
Just
another
Did they
slowly
use-
backing out.
Do they use those scales for swimming, or are those more body armor, or?
That's a great question. They're a lot more flexible than I ever thought they were. I guess the short answer is I don't know. I don't know
NVIDIA
a lot about scale
Copy.
worms.
Get lasers on
I've
real
always
quick
seen
again.
them as kind of an armor. But I would imagine, yeah, it looks like they can move them around a bit. It could help them kind of,
Okay, can we flow wide?
stay up in the water column and maybe stay balanced or even move them. If anyone on the science chat has any info about scale worm
Another octopus. That's
swimming,
5.
let me know. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, can we get a quick snap zoom? I know we can't stop for every single octopus if
Video would beg to
there's
differ.
so many, but let's just get a quick snap
Go ahead,
and
Caitlin.
Okay, coming in.
some measurements, and we can document,
Some
Oh, it's so
successful recruitment or brooding that's been happening in this area. This one's very active too. It's really kind of motoring along. Oh, it's so cute.
Do you want more, Caitlin, or we're just going to let him go?
Coming in more.
Okay. We won't spend quite as much
That's
time.
fantastic. Maybe something going on with one of their eyes. Don't know. Hard to tell from this angle. Wow, just dwarfed in size by that large carnivorous sponge. You can see a really interesting kind of frill almost at the edge of these ones. But of course they can contort and move the mantles around to different shapes and colors in order to kind of either blend in or warn other animals. So
On you,
it's
Caitlin.
always hard to tell what they're
video's
doing.
clear.
Okay.
We're going to come out.
Copy.
Beautiful. Who's keeping track? How many octopus are that?
6, I believe.
Bye-bye, little guy. Or gal.
Oh, interesting. Thanks to Heidi piping in about the scale worms and their swimming abilities. The parapodia are for swimming. Scales are generally for protection. Could be also crawling, of course. Parapodia for movement. Very cool.
I'm going to do another 10, John.
140.
Really good. Lars, 140.
It's good to me. Yeah.
You want to snap this in the center, Caitlin?
Okay,
Bridge driving now.
snapping center.
Yes, another ship move, please. Same as the last. Range
Oh,
10 meters.
is that a
bearing
rock?
140 at decimal 2 knots.
A little rock? Or is that just the mudstone
Before
outcropping there and we're seeing a fresh surface? Kind of blends in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. There's definitely the base of, well, there's a cup coral and then the bases of something else that maybe was there.
Yeah, or is that something that's wedged in there and it's maybe gotten covered? Yeah. Might be.
You good, watch it?
Yeah, that's good, thanks.
Video's clear.
We can get the lasers back on as we kind of climb up this feature.
Lasers on.
Here we go, thank you.
You're welcome. Can you snap those?
Okay, snapping.
So we've just passed about 100 meters climb up from the bottom of this canyon, having landed on the
Okay, I think we're
flat bottom
clear.
channel floor.
We just had a quick zoom on one of those sea slugs also that we collected a few dives ago. We think we found them in mating pairs, so we collected 2 side by side. You can definitely get an identification on them, hopefully. But we think they're in the genus, I think it's Berthella or something similar.
Robert suggests that possible rock was an exposed concretion, which is a good guess. I like that.
Okay.
Concretion being a harder part, they tends to be a little more cemented.
That shell looks interesting.
Typically nucleates off something, perhaps a small piece of harder rock, and nucleates outward to make
video's clear.
a harder rock than what it's otherwise surrounded by.
Thanks, Rich.
I mean, the fauna here seems to really love all the crevices and you know, just the complexity of these rocks.
Yeah, bigger and pretty good-sized burrows, if that's what they are, underneath that ledge.
Yeah, could we zoom in actually on
might be
on
something.
this ledge?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kayla.
Okay, come again.
Those are some really large Ceryanthid or tube-dwelling anemones to the right.
Just be advised.
Cool. Thank you, co-pilot.
And it looks like a few of them do kind of grow down into this rock.
Looks like maybe a
Brittle star legs poking out of everywhere.
Copy.
Goey.
Yeah, really long Ceryanthid too. Okay. Very cool. So definitely, well, I don't know, a really large individual. That's great. Thanks for that zoom.
Okay.
Unless there's something else you wanted to see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can.
Good view of things. I'm looking to see somebody digging away in one of those little holes, but I didn't see anything.
Yeah.
Looks like a little. This is the head wall of a thin slab that maybe pulled away, exposing a few, maybe 10 centimeters of beds underneath. Maybe a little more over here.
Pretty big. There's creeping up on a fish here. Watch them.
You're going off my screen now. I can follow you over.
Yeah, I'm just going to go as far as he goes.
Copy. Going over steadily.
Just taking a peek. I think that's another one of the giant grenadier albatrossia that we've collected. A really nice zoom of this one earlier on in the dive.
What are those white?
So just get a quick snap for confirmation.
I'm going to zoom in on some of those white markings. Missing scales? Question mark?
Okay, I think we're good.
Okay, the video is clear.
Yep. All right, Lars, coming back to you.
Copy. I came roughly 5 degrees to starboard.
Okay.
So we're pretty close to the major plate boundary of the Queen Charlotte Fault. Forms the boundary between the Pacific Plate and North American Plate, and we're literally just a few kilometers from it. And so we expect some pretty good shaking. The last big earthquake on this fault in this immediate vicinity was in 2013. So when we see things cascading down the hill and evidence of probably pretty recent slides, we think these are likely associated with it. We're on the east side of the fault on the North American Plate. This is the only major channel that crosses the fault, which is interesting. We're not really sure why that is, but we can see the effects of it out on the slope. As this channel comes down and meets the fault, it makes an immediate right turn and heads north parallel to the fault for about 30 kilometers until it finally finds a way to turn left and head down into
clear your fogs, Caitlin.
the Gulf of Alaska, finally to drop all its sediment that is shooting down it.
Go find a Mars.
Because we know from other evidence how fast the Queen Charlotte Fault is moving, it's about moving the Pacific Plate northwards about 55 millimeters per year. So we know it took about 500,000 years for that west side of the channel to move from perhaps shooting straight across the fault up to its present position. So we know this channel is at least 500,000 years old or so, and it's probably had a fairly complicated history of quiescence as it's having now. We believe
Can we
that
snap on, it's at the bottom.
sedimentation is pretty much
it's like a little clump, but it looks like it has an eye.
not going on right now. There's very little sediment coming down the canyon.
Underneath lasers.
At high sea levels, this canyon becomes sediment starved as the sediment is held up in the back in the fjords and along the coastline. And it's not until a glacial epoch that
It's a
the glaciers are able to bring sediment out, push sediment out to the edges of the shelves and provide sediment that would flow down this canyon. And perhaps more specifically, it's that real rush of sediment comes during deglaciation, when the glaciers melt relatively quickly and drop their sediment load, and that's probably when most of the action happens in this channel.
Looks like a new crab. Just a quick snap zoom.
Okay, snapping
Sure,
on
a snap
crab.
zoom of the crab would be great.
I can set up if we need
Ooh,
something.
Gonna hold here.
cute.
Okay.
Maybe a little
You're different.
a juvenile
Interesting.
tanner crab, possibly. I think the legs do look a little bit flattened to me.
I have more to zoom.
Definitely
Yeah, I'm not quite stable. I
not
can
too solid
pull
on that
if you'd like.
identification, so
We haven't seen one of these yet, right?
No,
collect this video.
I don't recognize it, so we don't have one to
Hopefully capture
get a
some of
little
its
solid.
identifying features.
Well, actually, you did not say collect, right? You said
No.
collect the video. Okay.
Yeah, just video. Thanks.
That's good. I'll push a little bit closer here, Caitlin.
Okay.
We actually ended up with a couple of crabs from the collections yesterday. Really small individuals that came up with the one rock and one suction sample. Looked to me like small decorator crabs. And this, I would think, is maybe a juvenile,
Go ahead and come in.
possibly a
Coming in?
juvenile tanner crab. It's a few different
Gonna hold
species, so
here.
I won't venture
follow
a
them up.
guess as to which.
Wait, once it's settled, I'll zoom in on the face.
Copy.
If it settles. Okay, there it goes.
Ooh,
That's not
think
hitched
that-
onto that brittle star leg, I think.
Oh, yeah.
But maybe it was
Oh.
trying to get, well, no.
Well, looks like it lost it. Now it just has this tube.
I thought maybe what he really
Sorry,
wanted was the
focus
worm.
is
Uh-huh.
twitching a little bit.
No worries.
Looks like
Now
it's
he's trying
digging
to-
around for
Now
the
he's trying to find it.
something. Ooh,
Oh.
It got
maybe
away.
It was that, yeah.
It got away.
Wow.
Oh, no.
That was cool.
It's a little shrimp or something? I don't know.
Maybe it's looking for some more.
Just another reminder when we look around and just see sediment, there's maybe something under the surface.
I mean, there's almost certainly something under the surface.
Oh.
Depending on how closely you look. Oh, it's got something in its claw.
Yeah, that's max zoom. I can't get any closer.
Copy.
Huh.
This is cool. I don't think we've ever seen one dig into the sand like this.
Certainly a lot more active than the other crabs we've been seeing. It's really kind of using those front claws to search around in the sediment for whatever it's looking for.
Losing my footing here a little bit, Kayla.
Okay. Gonna zoom out.
Copy that.
I think that's great. I was kind of hoping that we would see the crab catch something, but...
Right. Crab's got to eat too.
Yes.
That's full life.
Copy, thank you.
And sea stars, I know this.
You want another 10 meters, Lars?
Yeah, I think so. Starting to get outstretched there a little bit.
Yeah, I got you at 4-5.
140. Still work?
That heading work for you?
Yeah, I think so.
Copy that.
Have we seen any of these shrimp video?
Bridge RV now.
I'm not sure
Like
if
another
we,
ship
well,
move, please.
we have zoomed on
Range 10
a
meters.
few shrimp.
Bearing 140
Okay.
at decimal 2
This large
knots.
one over here to the port.
We can image it while we're waiting on
Copy,
the ship
thanks.
move.
I have a little bit of tether. But
There's also a anemone up on top too.
copy. Go for the anemone. Try to come in
Okay,
and get toe in.
coming in.
Oh, sorry. I
Oh,
will try and
sorry
come
about
in.
that.
That was my mistake.
Apologies.
You should have the tether, Lars, if you creep that. I still got some slack there off your tail.
Perfect. Alright, we'll make sure we can get a nice tight zoom here video. What is the saying? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer?
coming in.
I can get you more light, Caitlin, if you want.
Sure, yeah. Let's do some fogs.
All right, 30%.
Okay, I have more zoom.
Yeah, be getting like
There we go.
All right, go ahead.
All right, zooming in on mouth.
Yeah, nice zoom on this really big anemone. You can see the tentacles around the corners of the screen and the
More light, or you good?
mouth in the center there.
Surely, let's do some more light.
Okay. That's 60.
Okay, let's hold there.
Go bridge. Copy, thanks. Just complete paths.
Copy, thanks, now.
Okay, gonna zoom out a little bit.
I can come back off the light if you want.
Coming down a little.
Yeah, let's go down on the
Okay,
light.
that's 30% there.
Holding that.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, and video is clear.
Oh, it's clear.
Fog's clear.
Fog's clear.
All right, laser, I'll stop.
Perfect. Got a little bit more tether.
This gully just to the right of the screen in the upper right corner that we've been sort of following is looks like it's getting a little bit deeper as we get up higher.
Can we do a quick snap?
There's
on
another
that?
pair of those little
Okay.
sea slugs down at the bottom. Possibly, yeah, it could be good to get a quick zoom.
Okay.
We had some really amazing imagery of these from an earlier dive, but we haven't really gotten close up to see them today. And yeah, I think the running theory is that these two might be mating. Which we saw quite a bit of on a previous dive. Cool to see these again. I think possibly in the genus
zoom,
Berthella, or
too.
at least in the
I'm
same
kinda
general
floating out
group
here
as
in
those.
space. I can get going if we want this imagery.
That's great, thanks.
Okay, it seems like science is clear.
Perfect. Pilot's clear there.
That's full wide.
And of course another Gorgonocephalus basket star. It's all of the highly branched legs kind of wrapping around, I think, a piece of rock and some carnivorous sponge, just to get a little bit higher up in the water column. Two really nice big Brisinghids. Those Brisingid sea stars on either side of the lasers. And lots of this carnivorous sponge,
Can we
as
zoom
Vestapluma.
above lasers in between those two corals?
Yeah, sure. We can do a snap.
Still
right
not
there.
totally sure what's making these really big burrows.
I'm gonna come wide.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of soft coral, kind of a younger one on the near the base of that sponge.
What exactly are you looking at? Video?
It's center. It's next to that brittle star, but
Behind the
it
coral.
looks
Gotcha.
behind the coral.
Okay. Take
right
a little more
there.
for you. A little one enemy. Oh, or is that the with those little white tips? It's the fake coral. Not a fake coral. What is it?
I think it's a carnivorous sponge.
Oh, really?
This like long unbranched.
We're talking about
behind.
yeah.
Oh, in the back, those little arms coming out.
Yeah.
I think those are brittle star arms coming out from the sediment. Maybe we're not looking at the same thing. It's hard to
The burrow
little
he's in?
yellow
Anemone.
anemone-looking thing that's corallimorph, I think, is the word I was looking for.
Oh, maybe. That
But-
could be. I think it's a cup coral.
Okay.
Okay.
You can kind of see the little plates or setae kind of embedded in the
Come in.
tissue.
Just
And
briefly,
yeah,
just
we're looking at a
snapping
cup
it.
coral from straight on.
Sweet.
It looked
Really
different.
excited
So-
to have a successful collection of
Okay.
that one from earlier
Good
in the
to come
dive.
Thank you.
That's full life.
And that's a really big burrow off to the right,
Yeah.
if that's what that is. I wonder if that's a concretion in
Could
there.
we pan over to that really big burrow to the right?
Yes.
Just kind of see something at the entrance of it, and it'd be really cool if we could see what's making them.
Yeah, we might need fogs for that.
Understood. Come over. Good to
Just, thousands of those carnivorous sponges, most of them unbranched. Every now and then you catch one that's got some sparse branching. Right, if I
I can snap in there
squint,
too.
I can almost see something in there. It'd be cool to just get a quick zoom to see.
Okay, go ahead, video.
Okay.
A little crab.
Oh, okay, definitely a crab of some kind. See the claw? Really hard to tell what it is, but
I think I might be in position.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Might be able to
yeah.
help.
Okay.
So if this crab isn't responsible
some
for the
fog
burrowing,
lights.
it's certainly taking advantage of it. But
Nice.
ooh, look at the lights! Oh, very cool. Really not moving. Wondering if it's either very still or it could be a
I have
molt.
more
So maybe
zoom,
a crab.
I believe.
Go ahead.
Yep,
We did
right
see a
there.
molt earlier, so it could possibly. No, a little bit of movement. Okay. Very slowly moving in there. Interesting. So wondering if this crab is responsible for this burrow.
It's interesting that he looks so muddy.
Well, that's kind of why it reminded me of the molt that we saw earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of, had obviously been there for a long time. Not a lot of movement. Wouldn't take too long for things to get kind of sedimented. There's also a big worm in the tube on the right, possibly also making some of these tubes that we're seeing. They must either missed it or we'd have to pan out maybe a little bit to see it. That's great. Thanks for that zoom. Always like taking a peek, see what's in there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if there was not at one
on the
point
right.
a bigger concretion in there that's now got shooken loose and rolled down the hill and
Can you
left.
come full wide?
Copy. Thank you.
There's a couple of those. It's interesting the way they're kind of draped almost with the softer sediment.
It's getting a little bit steeper here.
It looks like there's another crab in front of that hole that's towards the bottom.
Yeah, it looks like the
on left.
next
Yep.
20 or 30 meters or so are going to be a little
Yeah,
bit
just
steeper.
The one we saw out in the open.
Oh, yeah.
coming out.
Mistake. Okay, should be a little bit stabler.
Okay, coming in.
Very cute. So if they're not responsible for these burrows, they seem to enjoy having access to them. Yeah, it's just covered in stuff. That's great. Thanks for that.
Okay, coming full wide.
Thank you.
Fogs are coming off.
Okay, so I think we're good to continue to climb this feature. It just got fairly steep.
I'm not sure why the aft bar was so low. I turned it back up.
something you report there?
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. All the way over.
Off your rail, yeah. Don't want to say what it is.
I think I know what it is. Is that number 7? Video. We wouldn't happen to have any video of octopus today, would
I
we?
don't think we have any octopus footage yet,
Okay.
pilot. I think we need more. Well, some.
We need at least 8.
Yeah.
And another octopus right
Push this
here.
out there now for a little bit.
Yeah, you want 5 meters?
Yeah, or 10. Getting kind of stretched out.
This looks like it probably has eggs again here, video.
Does 10 meters work for you, pilot?
Oh.
Yes, 10 meters sounds good. If you want to do a quick snap, I'll see if...
Yeah, can we have a quick snap?
Coming in.
Co-pilot, I see you've turned your head into 150.
Yeah, it looks like
do you want to move in that direction?
Might be an egg in that
No, I
one,
think,
right?
I
140.
think 140 is
You
good.
can kind of come around here
Great
to
job, Enoch.
starboard.
Yes, we'd like another move. Range of 10 meters, bearing 140 degrees at decimal 2 knots, please.
All right, that's good with the lasers.
Good copy, thank you.
Laser's coming off. Might be covering them pretty good here, video.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm assuming we only would want to stop if we could get a good shot of the eggs, right?
He's kind of settled in. Did you think you saw eggs?
I thought I did on the lower right-hand corner.
Huh.
Thought I saw a single one sticking out.
We're looking in mini Zeus as well.
Okay.
Feel free to zoom in on HD2.
This doesn't look like the same nice rocky substrate that the other nests were on, if nest is the right term.
Goodness.
Maybe that was just a leg that I was seeing down there. Yeah, it might have been just a leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, she might be covering them pretty well.
Yep.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any eggs. Just.
Okay. I think we can go ahead and leave her alone then. If
Uh-huh.
that's the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've
We're
seen
gonna-
quite a bit if you're okay with that video.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I'm zooming out on mini Zeus.
Copy that. Thanks, video.
That's full wide on both cameras.
Go, bridge. Copy, thank you. That move is complete, pilot.
Copy. Thank you.
Here, pretty sparsely occupied. Perhaps not quite enough vertical surfaces or overhangs for many creatures to be entirely comfortable.
What's that black spot in the upper left, pilot?
Little pile of debris right here.
You see
Looks
that?
like
Is
it
that just a
maybe
shadow, or
Go ahead
is
and
that?
snap in.
came right off these.
I
Oh
think
yeah,
it's the
here we go.
cliff.
Oh,
I think we're going for.
Okay, I can come up.
It's
Yeah,
gonna keep
that was
moving.
a shadow.
Okay. Copy.
Anyway, some bouldery mudstones, bouldery debris, probably
I was
falling right
tempted
off
to go for
these
some of these.
kind of
Did
outcrops
sorry,
we're coming
crack
up
off.
to.
Did we end up getting anything? Or?
What was that?
Like the mudstone we were able to.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It wasn't during our shift.
Okay.
I think they got something. It might be in your starboard rock box.
Yeah, there's a little bit of mud, enough to look at.
Gotcha. Yeah, I saw them try to see if it was loose, and it like cracked right down the center pretty cleanly.
Coming up with you.
Understood, yeah. Picking up some ground here.
This looks kind of like a top of a talus cone or a mud talus cone that the front has fallen off of. We're kind of looking at faces with a couple lobes on either side. One fairly heavily burrowed and the other not at all. And this one to the left looks a lot fresher. Maybe the more recent slide.
That looks different. Have we seen this transparent video?
We've seen it, but we haven't zoomed on it.
Copy.
I don't know if they zoomed on it earlier today, but we can do a quick snap.
Yeah, we can do quick snap. Octocoral of some sort, potentially.
Potentially.
Another
I have more
octopus.
zoom. Oh yeah, a little bitty octopus.
yeah.
Oh yeah, a little one.
Hey.
Another little one off to the right.
Nine.
They're everywhere. Is there one up above, two up higher, or is that...
Huh?
No, that looks like something
I think
else.
that's new to brink. Or
On the other
I forget what to call these. That's why I'm a geologist. And not a biologist.
Pretty cool. This is a octopus nursery area. Obviously, it's pretty cool.
okay, this might be enough for ID.
Okay.
Video's clear.
Oh, it's clear.
You guys want another 10 meters?
Yeah, you're getting up there, Lars.
That octopus, I think.
And
went
that's one
to
of the nice big harder
no,
boulders
never
that
mind.
he's...
That's new to brink.
Few creatures that, along with the sea star, have found a rest on.
Yeah,
Right,
the little
brittle. It's
purple.
just moving. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
You can take in.
Yeah, let's go in purple.
So that was just fluttering a little.
Right there.
Oh, yeah.
Scale
Oh.
worm.
There he goes.
Is it?
Yeah, so they actually kind of swim with their feet mostly, looks like.
That's pretty cool.
Coming back.
Okay.
Is that full? Or
No, that's not full zoom. That's full zoom.
copy? It's interesting. It has similar, like translucent scales on the back.
Yeah, it's a cool color.
Kind of like what we were seeing earlier.
It's pretty.
So if you're stabilized, I'm going to take a
All
peek
right,
at
it's
the
a
type
good
and
dive
type
for
of,
scale worms. There's another one with,
Sure. Maybe
it's
a
really
little
easy
bit
to pick
further
out
out than
this
we typically
bright
have.
purple from the
Sure.
and pull
background.
that back a little bit if
Kind
you
of
want.
keeping my eyes out for that color of purple. There's a
Yeah, unless we
cresting
need to.
octocoral that is supposed to be that color.
When you get tight on the ridge, you're
Look at it,
still off from the
just
center.
crawling
You
along.
can- Still got some space there, but
But kind of similar to the worm that we were zoomed in on earlier. It's got
Video's
those
clear.
overlapping scales, the elytra,
you deal with it out there.
that are this really beautiful
Alright.
purple color.
Let's
are we-
bring it in a little bit.
Can we scan back far enough to see that last coral we were looking at?
The octocore?
Yeah,
Oh.
for Merlin. We have some calls as a Gersamenia Julie Packardea.
Yeah, Gersemia, I think. Yes, I'd say
Gersemia.
so. That's that soft coral. I think we got a good
An
close-up
octopus
of it
is not
earlier,
climbing
so
the
I
wall.
think I'm good
Okay.
if we want to continue up this line.
Sure.
And of course, a really nice Brisingid, probably an anemone, and that sea star that we've been seeing earlier.
And a little tip for everybody: if you want something named after you, donate to undersea exploration.
Or the Smithsonian. I think those are probably the people that will actually be writing up any descriptions of new species that we find. There's been several on this trip, a couple that we know are new species because we've documented them as such before, and a couple that we think are new because we can't identify them
We'd like another ship move, please. Same as last. Range
easily
10
from
meters,
the
bearing 140
video,
degrees,
and
decimal 2
you
knots.
can be pretty confident. I think there's a sea star that's definitely a new record.
Thank you, Bridge.
Chris Ma was saying earlier that out of all of the collections, often those little ophiuroids, the little brittle stars that we get almost as an afterthought, sometimes they're just came along for the ride. Those end up being the new species that we find.
Just above lasers.
I see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sneak
It's
up,
kind of black and white.
Yeah, if you want to do a quick snap.
I can do a
Could we
snap
pan
on
to
that.
the right? That
Hang on.
after this.
Sure.
Those
Oh,
are
it's
more of
just
those
rock.
Oh yeah,
a rock and some tube anemones.
it's a rock.
I
You
think I'm
said,
seeing a
pan to the right.
different black coral on that rock over there, the bushy orange thing.
Video, I'm going to need a little
We've seen a few
It's
bathypathes,
coming
but this
into the
looks
middle
like
where the lasers would
something
be.
a bit different. It's bushier. So instead of
There
having
you go.
really
The
long
lasers
branches
are on
coming
it
off
right
of the
now.
main stem,
Okay.
it has shorter branches that are then branched themselves.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Got it.
And another pair of those little sea slugs. Seen a couple individuals and a couple of them now in pairs.
And a good-sized shrimp.
Okay, video,
Yes.
if you want to come in.
Coming in.
Yeah, very nice sized shrimp. I know that there's one that we've
Gonna
been
hold
asked to
here.
target for collection, but I'm having a hard time picking it out. Yeah, so this is definitely a different black coral from what we've been seeing.
more
It's
zoom.
more highly branched.
Go ahead.
Okay.
There's one Dendrobathypathes that I'll have to look. What we do is generally look at the way that the
Base is
the
interesting.
pinnules, or these little branchlets, are coming off of the branches in several
That's like
rows,
those
and we
little
kind of
tentacles
count the
coming out of
number
it,
of
too.
rows in order to get an idea of the genus that we're looking at.
Another scale.
I don't have my cheat sheet right on hand, so I think we'll just capture this really detailed zoom as we're doing. And
That's
Max zoom.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if
beautiful.
it wouldn't be a good idea to get some water around here.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Oh, they're talking about
And
a
look, another
water sample
really
pilot.
long, or a big and kind of tapered scale worm just above those two sea
What do you
slugs.
say,
A
Mr.
really
Howard?
nice cup coral beside
Not
here.
quite. We're almost there.
ROV,
Ready?
yeah,
Hang
I
on,
probably heard that,
survey
but can we
two.
get
Okay.
set up for a
Um,
Niskin?
You need the
Sure.
port
Thank
minute.
you.
Just co-pilot, nav, and clipper already.
You can see a little ophiuroid right in the middle, and that white encrusting stuff kind of under the ophiuroid and next to the scale worm
Resetting
is
for this one
probably
now.
encrusting bryozoan.
Firing in 3, 2, 1. Confirm Niskin 2 firing.
That was Niskin 2.
Securing our jogs. Valpac secure.
And video is clear.
At 15, 13 meters depth.
So just pause here for a second. This coral might be
Oh.
of interest for sampling. I'm just waiting to hear back from our shore-based
I want to come
scientists.
full white. Oh, that is full white.
Since I'm
Understood.
not
I'll,
totally
get
sure
set
which
up.
one it is, I
Worst case
don't
scenario,
have it
we'll
on
just
my
get a better
list. Yeah, okay, confirmed. We'd like a sample of this one, please.
Image. Sure. The orange.
Yes, the
We're all stopped right
orange
down.
black coral.
I have not heard them called, but based on previous
Pretty
shipments, it
close.
should be complete.
I think
Yeah.
that shrimp is
2
bigger
minutes
than the black coral.
There you go.
So
And
it's,
the Niskin ID is EX2306-D12-06W. Niskin bottle 2.
Copy, thank you. It's all stopped up out.
Good copy, thank you. Earlier, Lars, I just took it and then came back off. And we extended the
must
drawer
have
and
been.
put it away. 'Cause you're not going to be able to get your tray out.
Do we know?
Okay, video if you want to come in. Get a
Yeah.
image of it. She got me ramped up, Copilot. Yep.
So these are pretty
Which,
tough
boxes
skeletons.
are
I
open?
think we're going to need
Just
to snip it.
Well, actually two. We have starboard outer and port inner.
Okay.
Both available.
Alright, do you want me to come up video or is there good?
We can come up. I'm not sure where the collection point's going to be.
If you could just come out, just frame the subject, I'll get a sense of how to. And how much are you looking for a watch lead?
Kind of maybe one of the longer branches on the left, one or two of them, and a good-sized piece. You know, a few inches would be great.
Okay, longer
I think
branches
you'll
on
have
the
to
left.
snip them because I don't think that they'll snap very easily. The skeletons are pretty tough.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, video is clear. If science is clear.
I think we're going to sample this, Caitlin.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Excellent. Okay. Thumbs coming live.
Copy.
Thumbs on.
I'll follow you out.
Coming out. Thanks. Okay. Flip in left.
Just see.
You think you can just come straight down on it? Spin the cutter heads around?
Might be able to. The problem is I think it's going to be a little too low to the...
Yeah, it's pretty small.
so I think I'm going to have to kind of come up and then come back in on it. It's kind of weird, but...
Yeah.
I think I really want to be a little bit lower.
There you go. Yeah, that's not bad.
Might be a little too close.
Your aux gives you a decent...
So again, if
Yeah,
you
mind,
tune into stream
I think
number
so, actually. I
3,
think that might be
you
easier.
can get a number of different angles of this collection.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think you got room.
Really put into perspective all of the different calculations that come into place when we're sampling something like this.
I think you come just a little bit to the starboard.
That's my group 4-6. We can't really zoom in on that, can we?
Yeah. I can get it closer if you want. I'm just going to take me a second.
No,
That's
that's
your
fine.
call. Okay. You want partial on the main?
Yeah, video. Can we go ahead and bring in the main a little bit, please?
Sure. How's that?
Good.
More?
I think that's fine. So I'm going to have to kind of close my jaws and then come in a little bit tighter, I think.
Yep.
How's that look, Watchley?
Is there any way to avoid the top part and just get those lower branches? If not, that's totally
We
okay.
can reposition. We got time.
Yeah.
If you could
Oh,
just
yeah.
kind
I
of
didn't see
turn
that. I
the
had that whole bunch of-
turn the wrist a little bit counterclockwise and maybe just aim for those two big branches off to the side.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That looks good there, Lars. Good snip. Yep.
Yeah, and they are tough. So if the snip hasn't fully got them, then I don't know if they'll snap.
I think the problem is they're deep, so you're not going to get all of them in the cutter head, unfortunately. That might be the best you can do there.
Beautiful.
That's nice, Lars. All right, I'm going to get your mini Zeus back up.
Probably just go for starboard inner, I think.
You only have outer available. Starboard outer.
Okay.
Support inner, starboard outer, yep.
Got that. Do you think we'll have to back off the wall to open that up?
Yeah.
Most likely. Okay. Sample secured. Draw lock in. Alright. I'm going to go ahead. Joy lock. Gonna come out just a tad.
Okay.
Coming back a little as well. Okay, if you want to go ahead and open the drawer this time.
Yep, drawer coming out easy.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to auto depth. And joy lock to reduce the current. Coming out. That's all the way out.
Yeah, I think that's clear.
Look at that.
Not ideal. Jeez, that was not bad.
It's okay.
If you could bring the drawer in.
Go ahead. Make sure we're
Just
captured.
very carefully. Oh. So maybe catching a
push it
little
down
bit
in
of the
there,
current. Oh, it's floating out.
I got it.
Drive it in there. It's come up hard.
Oh, no.
It's alright. It'll stay on the... It'll stay there. Let's just go back down and we'll grab it.
Okay. No mistake.
Yep, it's nice and easy. I got eyes on it. You got time.
See where it fell?
Yep.
Yeah, I got it.
It's just coming down slowly. If you want to try to grab it back in the box, you might be able to.
Can we go full wide on main?
It's right there, just by your arm.
It is full wide.
Copy.
Right on the toe.
So it's just so light that it gently floated out of the bio box. We'll see if we can catch it.
Okay, just clearing your arm there. Nice and easy. It'll come right down. You just come up. Yep. Yep. Just keep coming up. Keep coming up. Come up good. That is 100% me. Why don't you just hold that?
It's all right if we snip that sponge. That's totally okay.
There we go.
Wow. Excellent.
Yep.
We can all breathe again. So yeah, that little piece of coral just lightly floated out, and our ROV team was able to float it right back in. That was amazing. Thanks for that, everybody. And the science chat thanks you for the collection as well.
There you go. Nice sample.
Is that right?
All right. Hydraulic secure, Valvex secure. Still in the center of my view.
Now that we can all breathe again, I think we'll continue making our way up this this feature. It's getting quite a bit more steep than we were not too long ago.
07 bio?
That's right, 07B.
EX2306-D12-07B in the starboard outboard bio box.
Thanks, watching. Wall, the bio box wall.
Oh wow, quite a few of these basket stars around. I think I see at least 6 or 7 just in view. Lots of those really big brittle stars coming up in the background too. It looks like the echinoderms have taken over.
Up easy with you.
Putting your still cam back over here.
RV, if we could get a quick zoom on any of these big brittle stars,
Sure.
I'm sure we wouldn't have any complaints, especially from the science chat.
Okay, go ahead and snap.
Okay, snapping in. Whoa. I'm not touching it.
Understood.
I've lost control over the camera, so standby pilot.
Copy.
Continuing to work on getting control back.
Understood. We're recording mini Zeus, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Co-pilot, do you mind just switching the mini Zeus up here?
You want it on your main or mine?
Yeah, on my main.
Copy.
And I'll hold here, and let's go see if we can see what we can see with that.
We're trying to zoom on the brittle.
Yeah. You got the steering of that? I'll keep it steady.
Yep. All right, Kaylin, you can take more whenever you're ready.
Zooming in.
Yeah, go ahead, watch this. So we lost control of the zoom and focus, I believe, on the main HD. The video is working to troubleshoot at the moment. In the meantime, we have Mini Zeus, our secondary camera, that's zoomed in on this brittle star if we're looking just for a quick ID while we're troubleshooting.
This Mini Zeus is currently on stream 1.
Okay.
So just to give folks an update, if you want to switch to stream 3, you can see a focused version of this brittle star. Oh, it's on 1. Oh, good. Oh, great. We switched it. Just not here. Oh, here I can do that.
It's our bottom time.
That, no, not quite.
Stand by.
Just having an issue with our main camera, so we're swapped over.
I have the control.
Oh, there we go.
Pilot.
Excellent.
That looks better.
So we are back with our main HD watch lead.
Beautiful.
82
Sorry
minutes
for that.
No, that's okay. I was
82.
just
82.
frantically
Copy,
switching
thank you.
screens over here, and we got back to where we started. That's great. Okay, so we have tentative ID Ophiomusa,
You could just
possibly
log out,
Ophiomusa
or Copilot.
limani.
I got
That's actually a brittle star that
22,
I collected and looked
12,
at
actually.
on a survey last year. I do try my hand at identifying echinoderms every now and then, but of course they're all tentative IDs, and we send them to the experts for confirmation. Another one of those Bathypathes corals, the black coral. You can see a little bit more of the black skeleton from this angle, which is one that we collected earlier.
I just love the way these are just scattered across the hillside.
The brittle stars?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want another
They
10?
seem to like to have a little bit of space from each other. You know, not quite in those really big mats that we see with some other
Bridge starting in.
species.
Yes, we'd like another ship move, please. Same as the last.
Apparently,
Range 10 meters, bearing 140
Ophiomusa
degrees
limani
at decimal
is
2
also
knots.
found in the Atlantic, so it's quite a widespread deep sea species.
Good copy, thank you.
Seems like you can see over top of that.
Yeah. Like a small little rise.
Yeah. I can paint it as you come up.
Let's do it.
Yeah, looks like it finds
Another
out.
one of those basket stars, the Gorgonocephalus, sitting on a rock with its arms up in the water column, filter feeding, I think. Yeah, kind of along the same lines, a similar observation from Robert Carney that the brittle stars look overly dispersed, suggesting that they avoid each other. It looks like a different species, a smaller individuals anyway, growing or associated with that rock.
Would you like to zoom in on the little ones? Watch it.
Oh no, that's okay. I think we can keep on our path.
Understood. We have a move underway correct now.
That's affirmative.
Okay.
Can we get the lasers on just to get ID of the size, and hoping that nobody has to count all of these brittle stars, but if they do, we've got some nice clear video for them. Hopefully if they do, it's just a subset. Hopefully by the time they get there, we'll have some kind of machine learning algorithm that can pick them out and count them for us. We're not too far away from that kind of technology, but of course it has to be trained by humans. Another little eel pout, I think, just slowly making its way into the center of our view. Another crab off to the right.
Go ahead, Rich. Thank you. Shipment complete. Thanks.
Kept that. We've been feeling, what, like 2-minute delay for those moves?
Yeah, almost exactly.
Could we zoom in on the brittle star that's above the one that's above the lasers? It looks like it has a really kind of swollen central disc, maybe a little bit different.
The one that's right on the laser.
That one, yeah.
Copy. Okay, video, you can start coming in.
Okay, zooming in. Gonna hold here.
Understood.
Just always interested in documenting anytime we see something that's a little bit different. It could be at a different stage of eating and just kind of
I have more
all
zoom.
Puffed up version of the other ones that
Center,
we've been
and then
seeing.
Go ahead and take it.
But it's
Okay,
always
go.
helpful
Coming
to
in.
note. Very cool, and then a little depression in the middle of that central disc.
Okay.
That's great, thanks. I was wondering if we couldn't also pan to the left. There's a
The video's clear.
maybe an
Gonna come
anemone
out.
growing on something, a pink one.
Copy. To the
Where did it
left.
go? Yeah, that thing.
Oh, I see it. Yep. Gonna saddle over here, video, and then we can come back in. Okay, video, if you want to come in on pink.
Okay.
Let's
Coming
take a
in
look
on
at this. I think what I'm seeing
Looks
is
like a pink party hat.
an anemone that's growing on this small stalked sponge. So
Wow.
the anemone itself
Holding
lacking,
here.
you know, any kind of real stalk at all.
Coming down a little.
It's kind of just adhered and grown around this
I do have more
sponge, which is
zoom.
also
We
still alive and
zoom
kind
in a
of
little bit on-
holding it down. I'm a little bit
It's growing over
surprised.
that
It's a
sponge.
really big anemone
That's maxi.
compared to the size of the sponge. Very cool. Yeah, I don't think that's a species that I've noticed yet on this dive. That's great. Thanks for that.
Yep.
The video's clear.
Pilot's clear. So we're going to have a little bit of tether.
Yep. We can get you 10 more if you want.
Yeah, I think preemptively. Get moving.
We're starting to near the steeper part,
I haven't gotten the call. I think I'm on that
passing
last
the steeper part of this slope.
Great job,
As we send
That
up,
last shipment complete?
we're up about 120 meters from this morning, where we started.
Do a little snap on small sea star.
Okay.
On rock.
Snapping on star.
You guys ready for another 10?
Is that different, or is it just a juvenile?
Oh, a really small one.
I think so.
Definitely
He's
a little
pretty
sea
far up
star. Oh, and a
Okay.
big
Thanks, John.
scale worm kind of running
Bridge
away.
overhead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we'd like
can.
to put one more shipment
I'm okay
in.
to focus on
Range
the
10
star.
meters,
Okay.
bearing
Um,
140 degrees, decimal 2 knots.
I
Just
can
see
get
if
set
we
up.
can
Okay. Gonna come full white for
yeah,
setup.
get a decent view of it.
Good copy, thanks.
Again, with it being so small, probably hard to distinguish different species, but we might be able to at least narrow it down.
Okay, video, go ahead and come in.
Okay. Coming in.
Down. And over.
You are tiny.
Lots of
Very tiny.
tubes, possibly worm tubes, hanging out on the sediment. And yeah, very cute little
You want me
tiny
to try
sea
light
star.
clear on, or are you good?
Oh, there's a skeleton
let's turn
shrimp
on light.
also,
Okay.
just to the left of it,
30%.
kind of hanging on that
Thank you.
hydroid. It looks
if
like
that
it's
got
kind
you
of covered
anything.
in sediment itself. You can see the little, I don't know if they're antennae or what, but then it's kind of grabbed onto that hydroid at the bottom. That's great. Thanks.
Okay. Video's clear.
Some really big worm
Pilot's
tubes, some of
clear.
those made out of
Fog's clear.
bits of sediment and shells and all
Have
kinds
we
of
seen
stuff.
this, the little transparent thing to the right?
Nice,
Video?
nice hard,
Small,
but
if you zoom back in.
Zooming in.
unidentifiable, easily identifiable rock as
Oh,
usual
that guy.
underwater.
Whoa. I missed that.
A little bit redder than some, and maybe had its own black and white modeling suggesting it might have been a piece of granite, but it's hard to say.
We've had a
Oh,
request to
crinoid.
collect that little sea star. Do you think we could do a section here?
Yeah. Yeah, we could go ahead and do that.
You want to come off
That
and
was a
get the
nice
door out?
catch on that. I think it was a really tiny stock
Are
trinoid.
you okay? They're about halfway through.
Really? I don't know if I've seen a crinoid that translucent. Do they?
Yeah, it's just
I think it'd
really
probably be
small.
fine.
We have seen
Okay. Or we can
a
put an easy
bright
stop in
yellow
if you
one
want.
Yeah.
stalked.
That's
That's kind of the
Can we
first
easy
thing that it
stop that,
reminded me
please?
of.
Good copy. We'll let
So
it
maybe
complete next.
they get more pigment as they get older. I haven't seen one that small before, I don't think.
Pretty awesome.
I think
Go ahead,
you
Bridge.
only have
Thank you.
ports
Complete pilots.
available.
I think we were going to do a suction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Chris Ma also echoing possibly a pentacrinoid larvae, a juvenile feather star.
I don't know how much if I'll be able to get the
We'll just pause for a moment as we set up for this
get the
section
hose out all the way
collection.
for you.
So this is a genus I don't think I've heard yet mentioned on this survey, Peribolaster.
That drops
So
up
it's of
just
interest
clipping.
to
I'm gonna turn my head just to
the
keep it a little
echinoderm
bit
collection,
more
the
center here.
taxonomists at the Smithsonian. Possibly something new or different, we won't know until we have a chance to look at it in detail in the lab.
Okay, I was coming on.
Copy.
It's live, coming out.
So when this sample comes up, we'll do our best to document everything, photograph
Go ahead
the
and bring the
specimen
door
as
out,
close to
please.
live as we can in the lab, and then possibly take a tissue sample for DNA to compare to other species, and then we'll preserve it, and it
we also
will
wanna
be
make sure
accessioned
that
in the collections at the
cover is
Smithsonian
closed next time where those are closed.
for further study by the scientists there, or also accessed by the wider scientific community who can borrow these specimens from the Smithsonian.
Let's draw a lock there.
And if there are any geologists listening in or watching,
Tell me when.
the rock samples likewise are archived, but at Oregon State University's repository. So
Bring it up.
if you see things you're interested in,
Want to use jar 2 copilot?
that would be the place to acquire
Yeah,
any
Carol wants
samples
to-
from.
Copy.
And if you could follow me up with Mini, I'll do small sea star. Thanks. And if we could zoom in on Mini, please. Okay, we have suction going.
Not yet. You tell me when.
Okay, if we could have suction start.
That's 700.
Copy. Jar's ready. Number 2.
Jar's ready.
There
It's
we
coming
go.
in.
Eyes on.
So our eyes
There
are
it is.
glued
Very
to
small.
section jar number
Okay.
2, and I think we saw it come in.
You want to exhale, or you think you're good?
Okay. Oh yeah, it's right there on the
It's on
It's
the side
hanging.
of the drawer.
No, it's holding onto the filter.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. If we can zoom full wide on Mini, please. And when you're ready, Copilot, if we could draw out.
Yep.
With a
You want
couple
to quality that
of
out?
yeah, we can.
Tell me when.
Go ahead.
You want to angle it up? Good?
Yeah.
Okay, exhale there. That's max. Okay, I think we were good. I don't see anything coming up.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay. On your mark, I'll draw in.
Copy that.
That was sample ID EX2306-D12-08B and suction canister 2.
All right, that's full.
Please confirm, Washley, that was B008B.
That's affirmative.
Good copy, thanks.
You're just a little high, Lars.
That's what I'm looking for there. There you go. That's what I got messed up on last time. Okay, good.
ROV, before we move, could I request a zoom?
Sure.
Upper right, that bunch of probably Brisingid legs on that rock.
Zoom over and look at the arm, please. Real
Yeah,
quick.
just at the top right.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Clear? I'm secure.
Okay.
Yep.
My dog's
And watch lead, I'm going to pass you off to the next pilot. I have a meeting to attend.
Sure, sounds good.
My hour of playing pilot is over.
So we'll just pause for a moment to switch pilots, and we'll take a closer look at that rock for Chris. There's also some more information about that little, maybe a juvenile stalked crinoid we saw. Feather stars undergo a transformation from a stalked stage to the feather or unstalked stage, so that's possibly what we were seeing. Very cool.
Watch leads, pilot.
Watch lead here.
So it's my understanding that you wanted to zoom on something in the frame?
Yeah, that'd be great. Upper right, there's two little red dots on a rock, and we're interested in the arms of the sea star or a Brisingid beside them.
Copy that.
All on the same rock.
Nav, would you put the still cam on?
Yeah, stand by.
Thank you.
So, co-pilot, I'm 160, which means I turned right to follow you.
Copy that.
You're done with their sample.
I just
Or
want
their image.
video, you can go in.
Okay, coming in. Gonna hold here.
Okay.
You're
Okay.
interested in the
Two
star, I
cup
think.
corals, really nice long tentacles, and I think this is a Brisingid, just kind of from a funny angle to the right of them,
Gonna
and
zoom in.
that's great. That should
You
be
go.
all we need to confirm.
Copy that, watch lead.
Thank
All
you.
right, well, let me know when you're clear then, video.
Okay, video's clear.
All right, full wide then. Okay, co-pilot Nav. What was our previous heading?
145.
145.
So I'm heading there now.
Okay.
Direction moves I have written down as 140.
140.
Roger, 140. I'm on 140.
Thank you, co-pilot. I'll start moving over.
We have seen seven octopuses so far, pilot. So keep your eyes peeled.
Will do.
Yeah, very cool feature with all those little burrows and holes in it. And more of those carnivorous sponges, the little white sticks you see sticking out on top. I think there's a glass sponge maybe at the base of one of them, maybe one of the boot sponges. Some of these little shrimp, and lots of these really big brittle stars. We'll keep on making our way up this feature.
Yeah, you can see it to your left.
See how far we can get. Try not to get too distracted on the way. Had a couple of really interesting samples so far.
Looks like it may be different. It might be worth backing and getting eyes on it. It's right below you.
Where are you seeing it?
Right below your tail.
Oh, okay. All right.
Very big. If it's a rat tail, we can probably just move on.
Should be coming into view.
Yeah, it looks like a rat tail. All right, false alarm. Sorry, pilot.
No worries.
So, ship's been stopped for about 11 minutes.
Okay.
So you should not be moving at all. Looks like immediately in front you have something pretty steep, but Cirrus is looking over it.
Okay.
Guys, are you interested in 10 meters? That's what we've been moving at 140 throughout the dive today.
Sure.
Copilot, you ready for that?
Ready.
I'll put it in.
I really like the view from Sirius right now, the second ROV that we have hanging out above D2 as we move through this this area. If you switch to stream number 2 on your feed, you can see D2 as it approaches this kind of steeper area. I think it looks really cool. More of that little primnoid coming out the bottom. A really big brisingid in the middle of the screen right now. We've had some excellent zooms on these so far, so we can just kind of scan them and continue.
Copy.
Pilot, can we snap zoom on that right above lasers? It kind of looks gelatinous. It's inside of... Yeah.
Okay. Waiting for the ship to catch up, so we've got plenty of time.
Okay.
We'll get a little closer.
Okay, gonna snap.
Okay.
Wow, it's one of these
Don't know.
guys.
Oh. Interesting.
It's a
Kind of looks
scale worm in a scooped out, perhaps where a concretion came out of. He's in a round, hollow half ball.
like interesting. Yeah, so it definitely looks like it's kind of retracted, so all of those overlapping scales are really tightly overlapping each other. And it's in this, really interesting rock feature. It's like taking me a minute to figure out what was happening in here.
Yeah, we saw a couple of those flipped over and made nice little caves, I think.
Okay, video's clear.
Okay, full wide then, please.
Thank you, pilot.
You're welcome, video.
Another large basket star, the Gorgonocephalus, attached to one of these carnivorous sponges. That one looks like it's maybe one of the few that we've seen that are branched. Oh, there's the Liponema, the what we've been calling the pom-pom anemone, or maybe the chrysanthemum anemone, which I really like.
You want to take a closer look, Lashley?
No, it's pretty distinct, I think. Okay. Yeah, we can keep going.
So we see these ledgy outcrops probably form the head walls of little sheet-like packages of sediment that have slid down the hill. We can see that the overall bedding of all this mud we're looking at is pretty much parallel or subparallel to the slope. So it largely seems to be drape on the existing channel wall that might be quite old. It could actually represent a long period of deposition, both while the canyon was active and at times like this one it's not very active. When sediment's actively moving down the channel, probably is mostly doing so as turbidite flows, and those are going to kick up. The lightest mud is going to get kicked up and will settle back down where it can, and on the flanks of the channel is one place it'll do that. And of course, as much as we're getting any sedimentation now from hemipelagic, the snow and things that are drifting down through the water column, dusts from the atmosphere that are blown in.
Another pair of those sea slugs. Love seeing
Now,
those.
do we always see those in pairs? Always?
Not always, no.
Okay.
I've seen a couple lone sea slugs. We've had some good zooms of these, though. We're okay, thanks. And we were able to collect some on an earlier dive, so we have excellent material to work with. But yeah, no, every now and then you see one alone, but it does seem like more often than not you see them in pairs, at least in this area.
And we've seen these far more resistant boulders. They're distinguishable fairly easily. Well, there's a nice little slide head wall right kind of coming into the center of the screen. You can see a little more steeper wall that likely represents the head wall, the upper part of a slide, or the part of the slide that didn't go. You can see what was evacuated and slid away. But anyway, these more resistant boulders, we're not going to find probably a source for them up at the top of the hill. That we're not coming to anything looking like outcrop as we come up here. Suggests that those are drop stones. And where we see them, they've sort of been funneled into gullies and hollows as they work their way down the hill, but they don't seem to be really locally derived.
Okay, so maybe the large boulder that those octopus were on, more likely a drop stone.
A drop stone from an iceberg as the glacier broke up, as the ice age melted, and the big glaciers, sheet glaciers, broke up and floated off as icebergs. And as they melt, they drop their load, which can be boulders of pretty good size.
That's pretty amazing to think that a glacier or an iceberg dropped that big rock there, and then all of this time later, it's just created the perfect habitat for that deep sea octopus to lay their eggs on. It's very cool to think about the whole picture.
There's a fish in the upper left.
Upper left.
Yeah, there's I think another one of those giant grenadiers that we've seen. I wouldn't mind to zoom on this sea star, actually.
Which one, Watchley?
The large sea star to the right of the grenadier, just coming up above the lasers shortly.
Nice view on Sirius of the ledgy mudstones just in front of us. You really get a feeling for how they look with that of the lighting, and this from that angle.
This looks similar to the one that we started off looking at on our dive, but just like a little bit of a close-up to confirm.
Okay, you can go in video.
Okay, zooming in.
Okay, yeah, a Zoroasterid. Really large sea stars, these really long arms and a small central disc, I guess. It's basically all legs. That's great, thanks for that.
Okay, video's clear.
Okay, thank you, video.
Gonna get just the body with lasers.
Oh, here we go. Saganaster, or Saganaster evermanni.
And then full life. There we go.
Probably that species of sea star. Very cool. So yeah, it's really fun to watch the Sirius view as we can see D2 kind of ascending this slightly more dramatic little ledge here.
Hey Nav, what do you think about making a whole I was going to say, what about changing Yogi to white?
Another pair of sea slugs just to the top left as we kind of scan this feature. Wow, a really big anemone, a really big a Bersingid, and also a really big basket star on top of maybe some soft coral is my guess.
Want to go in real quick, video?
Okay.
Got a little bit of time.
That's great. Yeah, it is growing on top of. There must be something else. I guess probably a rock under there. It looks like several
zoom in
small
on the basket
individuals
star.
of the Drossemia julipacaridae, probably the soft coral. Chris Ma in the science chat has been really enjoying that close-up we just did. Has never seen that animal alive, and now twice in one dive is very cool.
How are we doing on I'm slipping. All right. Maybe not totally. How are we doing on pacing now? Okay.
And video is clear.
Thank you, video. Okay.
It's full wide.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Ready.
Just little steps over here.
Yeah, the more and more we see of this, the more you kind of appreciate how much is sloughed off and dropped down into the channel. It's hard to say the timing, if that's all happened, say since the last post or the start of this current post-glacial.
Raj. Yeah.
But surely indicates that
it was 20 from contours.
That at least right now the dominant form of sedimentation under the bottom of this channel is from mass wasting of the sidewalls. My guess is this area gets flushed out pretty well once the glaciers are melting and sediment is actively from upslope. Coarser sediment in particular is running down the canyon.
It's making this really dramatic ridge that we're kind of following along.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps an even older rounded off head wall, much larger, and we're looking at kind of younger ones as on those more sharp edged ledges were just a little below.
The tether sure is behaving like there is.
I feel like it. I'm keeping the stick over like 25 degrees off the center.
Okay. I just don't see a lot in the water column zipping by. But the tether shore. Shore off. Deport.
You're muted. Yeah, that it is definitely pushing me down into port.
You're not that far out, but your tether, every time I go up and down, is affecting you.
Oh, I think I'm at the end of the leash.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
maybe put another move in now.
It's behaving strangely.
Okay. All right. Back up.
Because our delta is low. Our delta is low, and you're not that far out there. But our tether is just taut as can be.
Something is off with the stick. Like,
ROV watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
I think I see like a sea pen or something to the right, sticking up out of the sediment. Just wondering if we could investigate. Up in the background. No, it's farther back.
In the background?
Yes.
Oh, I think I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's sticking up out of the softer sediment.
So it looks like there's one near the lasers and one a little bit farther away.
The one a bit farther away, please.
Okay.
Yeah, looks just a little different from the ones that we've been seeing.
Are you changing heading, Copilot, or am I going off?
You're going off. I'm
Okay.
just going forward, really. You want me to follow you?
A little bit.
Coming over.
Yeah.
140, I think, is
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, you can go in video.
Okay, coming in. Gonna hold here.
Thanks.
Ooh, okay. So yeah, definitely a sea pen. You can see the kind of modified base that's anchored in the
zoom.
sediment.
We can zoom in on the
It's
base.
called the peduncle. And a long,
that's
thin
next, Zoom.
skeleton. Just one branch is kind of the, gives
Okay,
the sea
I've
pen
got
its
time. I
shape.
can get a little closer.
And all of this soft tissue
Okay,
attached
it's
to
up to
that
science, but I will
long,
come
thin
out.
skeleton kind of gives it the look of a feathery pen, I guess.
That's full wide.
You can see those
Okay.
little polyps dangling off.
Remember, I turned off my heading.
And if you were
Yeah.
to count the tentacles, there should
don't have
be
to do
8 of them. It's another
I just want to get the
octocoral.
shot, and then I'll shoot back.
Roger.
Okay, you can go back in video.
So it's pretty small.
Coming in.
Again, those laser
Go back
dots
on the
are
base.
exactly 10 centimeters apart. This is very helpful. It can
That's full
zoom could
zoom.
allow us to see
Okay.
a couple of identifying features. I'm pretty sure we're looking at a Balticina, seeing some big long spines near the bases of these polyps. And kind of loosely flowing in the current, each of those with 8 tentacles, kind of grabbing at things that they're eating from the water column, little bits of debris, probably detritus that we call marine snow. That's great. Thanks for that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and video's clear.
Okay, full wide there, please.
That's full wide.
Okay.
I'm 20 degrees off of
You can
heading.
see when we pan out against the darker background that marine snow sort of softly falling
Shoot
from
over.
higher up in the water column. So that's the result of all of the activity higher up from the surface, and the more, the productive layers in the near the surface where the sun's rays can reach. You can imagine all of that production making quite a bit of material that will eventually, if it's not recycled in the water column, it will eventually make its way down here and
Coming to port.
land on the seafloor, kind of creating this
Back on
silty
heading.
sediment
Okay.
that's full of nutrients that a lot of these animals are feeding off of.
Thank you, man.
But it's nice that there's not so much of it that we have trouble seeing, like yesterday.
Yes, yeah, the turbidity in the water yesterday, just from the really big flakes and the high amount of marine snow, it felt like being in a marine blizzard.
In a blizzard, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and some of those, the canals and the smaller bays that we were in when we were sort of taking shelter from this big weather system that's moved through the Gulf, but then there's another one coming up, so we're tweaking our plans constantly, trying to make sure that we can make the most of the time that we have and the technology we have available here. So I'm just seeing some of those little shrimp, some really big brittle stars. Those little purple tufts you see are probably Cereanthid anemones, a tube-dwelling anemone that likes to, these ones seem to like to burrow in the soft sediment. Every now and then I see a sea pen kind of blowing in the current, and smaller tubes, possibly worm tubes. kind of scattering the seafloor in this sediment layer that we're seeing. These brittle stars are so huge that I keep on thinking that they're sea stars for a second. Can we zoom in on this red one?
Sure.
Thank you. I think that it was the same species, just kind of a red color morph, but always helpful to collect imagery to confirm.
Sure.
Oh, good. Chris Ma and I are in sync. He also got excited about the red one.
Ooh, red one.
Okay, go in.
Starting to get a bit of a feel for what people are looking for.
Gonna hold here.
Okay.
You can
And
see
zooming
the
in.
other brittle star arms poking out from some of the holes, so it looks like a couple of them are maybe partially buried. Really beautiful. You can see all the kind of harder plates that line each leg, and then where they attach to this central disc in the middle. Of course, each leg is highly spined. It is at least 2 rows on each side of pretty vicious-looking spines.
That's next zoom.
We'll see, yeah, maybe a little bit of a different pattern on the central disc. We'll see what Chris has to say.
Yeah, I don't remember one like this.
No, there we go, a different genus and species. Bathypectinura heros.
Videos
Very
here.
cool.
Copy.
Excellent to document.
That's full wide.
So those brittle stars we see in burrows, can they burrow themselves, or are they simply taking advantage of somebody else's burrow?
I would imagine that they can kind of nestle into the really soft sediment. But it's hard to say. There are certainly, you know, it looks like they would have a choice of different burrows to choose from if that's the route they wanted to take. But I often see brittle stars where you can just see the tips of their arms, and they're kind of like nestled into the mud. But these ones do seem to be a bit farther down with their arms kind of sticking almost straight up. And yeah, from Chris Ma, yes, they can dig.
They can dig.
Okay.
So are they making all these little holes we see?
Well, it'd be hard to tell
Who's making them unless you can pull them out?
Yes. Yeah, which, you know, people do. We have done something like a box core or a grab sample, or even the right kind of push core. You know, you look at kind of the top 5 centimeters or so, I think has a lot of these things in it. And I think you would find a really wide variety of species, way more than you'd expect. I'd say more than you see on the surface, is sort of hanging out as in fauna, so the animals that live in the soft sediment.
No, that's tilted way up, and there's a little bit of a mound, but no walls. I think we can do 20 to 30.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Ready?
So it looks like you have some interesting formations a little bit off to starboard.
Yeah, a couple of really big burrows. I don't think those are brittle stars.
20 feet away.
Yeah, you got
big. Would be really big brittle stars.
I mean, they get really big. I saw a picture that Chris posted of a, you know, the central disc was like,
oh my,
looked like almost the size of my hand. I don't know. Looked huge to me. Never seen one like that in any of my study areas. Really one of those Small crabs. Could we get a quick a snap zoom on the crab just to compare it?
Oh, okay.
I think we've had a nice detailed zoom of this one, but it's a nice angle. Oh, maybe not.
Too close.
I can try and snap and get it.
Well,
Yeah, you can go for
he's
it.
staying right in front of us.
Yeah.
If he doesn't think we're not going to chase him down.
Yeah, this one hasn't seen what the zoom on this camera can do. Actually, this is great. I think we have all of the identifying features we need. It does look like a smaller individual, maybe a tanner crab, but that's just a guess. Possibly something else. And that's fine. We don't need to follow it. I think we got what we need.
Okay, video's clear.
Okay, video, you come back in.
It's full wide.
Where were we? It's really flattened out in this area.
Right. So that interval we passed that was kind of slide prone was probably comprised, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe 100 to 120 meters of the slope. And now we're sort of rolling up onto the shoulder, and we have a little bit of a plateau up at the top we might be able to get a look at. I believe just over an hour or so of bottom time.
Some outcropping or something to starboard 15 meters. I think you can reach it if you push out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm heading for it.
Correction, about 30 minutes of bottom time.
Okay. And I did get a tentative ID from Sean Rooney, likely another Chianocetes angulatus, a triangle tanner crab. Another one of those really big basket stars. Kind of in the absence of these larger branching corals that we often see them associated with, it looks like they just kind of hang out on whatever they can find to get a little bit of a leg up into the water column. And we've had some great zooms of this one already on this dive, so we can kind of keep on going.
Understood.
Thank you.
Do you know what that is in the foreground, though?
What, this?
Black? No, the black thing that was now out of view.
Oh. Missed it.
Yeah, maybe some random debris, I think.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. You had sort of looked like a bug somehow.
Oh, some of these little tube anemones that are sticking out of the ground are really dark purple. They kind of look like a little bit leggy. Those are the tentacles sticking out. A really big brasingid on a rock coming up. Some more of those flytrap anemones that we saw lots of earlier in the dive.
Let's get a quick zoom on him and see what the rock looks like while we're at it.
Oh, sure.
Okay, I'll get a little bit closer. Okay, you can go in video.
Okay, coming in. Gonna hold here.
Okay.
And zooming in more.
I think this is another Brisingid. We've seen a couple of these. If we could pan over to the rock, I think we wanted to get a look at the...
Yeah, I've had a little bit of a look at it, yeah. It's another one of those hard to say in water with the coatings they get, both the iron and magnesium coatings and biology that otherwise looks like a little bit of a groove though underneath you, underneath
Or the
this
shadow
guy.
from an arm.
Ah, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, kind of hard to tell. Ooh, we have a tentative ID on this one. I think Astrolyrus
Copy.
Panamensis.
Okay, is there anything
Very
else
cool.
that you want to see here, launch leads?
Yeah, that's good, thanks.
so.
Yeah, I just wanted to have a quick look, see what I could see.
Okay, that's full white.
Thank you. Sounds good to me.
I think a few of those sea pens kind of almost bent over a little bit in the current here. And also with the weight of a couple of extra ophiuroids, I think, on top. Seen quite a few of them as we pass over this soft sedimented area. This little eel pout, I think. Ooh, ROV, could we pan to the right? Look at that bushier sea pen. I think you got it.
Directly beneath the lasers? To the right
just to the
it?
right of them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lasers are on it right now?
Yes.
Okay. How much is on that move now?
Ship has stopped.
Okay. Getting going video.
Okay. Gonna hold here.
Are those an enemy's video to the left, those pink things? Could you tell?
There's a big brittle
couldn't
star
tell.
on
I
top
was looking at a
hanging
blue
on for a
blob
ride.
that's above here.
Looks similar to another
balls at the end of the
sea pen that we were looking at.
Think
Maybe
to
a
the
couple
left.
of different morphotypes.
You can check it out when you come out. That's max zoom.
Okay.
You can see its attachment point down there, just really buried in the soft sediment.
It's interesting that there's a brittle
I
star.
think if
on
we
it.
pan up, then that's nice. We get a view of the top. That's great. Some little bright colored balls at the base of each of these polyps. Huh. That's great. I think we're good to continue.
Okay.
Okay.
Gonna come out. We'll take a brief look at the pink stuff on the left. Those things.
Yeah.
On the tip of the dead stuff?
We don't need to stop. I was just curious if you could tell on your fancy screen
I
over
think
there.
those look like little.
I couldn't tell, but we
We're
could
calling
just
them
snap
tubularians from yesterday.
I've been seeing a couple of
The
these
really
guys.
long
Oh.
tube and their
Oh.
little. I
Cool.
think they're solitary hydroids with a really long tube attached.
Cool.
And really elaborate structures at the ends of them here. I think a couple of
That's a cool
there's going to be
feature.
tube worms associated with these tubes, so tubes on tubes. And maybe some
Oh, yeah.
hydroids down at the bottom. Quite a bit going on here. We did get a few samples of these yesterday,
Okay.
which is great to have.
Video's clear.
Okay, full length of video.
Making the best use of their little cobble.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
that
they
now?
certainly
Yeah.
seem to be.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for sure. Okay, I'll push forward, co-pilot.
Rog.
These anemone have stayed with us to the top.
Yeah, they were super abundant kind of near the bottom where we
Yeah.
started, and we're still seeing quite a few.
I think there's a
of these,
fish on the left
fly trap
pilot,
anemones.
in the sand that we haven't seen yet today.
Where is it now?
Lower left now, left-hand
Okay.
corner.
Oh yeah, a bit of a different fish down there. Let's see if we have any fish biologists left in the science chat. They can maybe help us out with an identification. This looks a bit different from the fish that we've been seeing so far.
Okay, you can go in.
Okay, we're zooming in. Gonna hold here.
Okay.
Could be one of those little eel pouts that we've been seeing up in the water column,
And gonna come in more.
or something a little bit different.
That's next zoom.
When you get up close, you can see that he's spotted.
Yeah.
Now he's thinking about burrowing in.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
tilt
Definitely
down
kicking
video.
up a lot of
yes, please.
dust. Yeah, I think the closest thing that I have in my ID guide would be an eel pout, but really not sure about that.
The reflection of the eyes is cool.
Hmm.
I'm gonna come out a little bit for full body.
Okay.
And video's clear.
Okay.
Elena likes eel pout.
That's full
Oh,
line.
good.
I'll go with that. Well, I'll go with that.
Phew, okay.
Okay, I think we're ready for another move then.
Ship's changing heading, so we can't.
Okay.
This
I'm
is a
gonna
good
check out
dive
what
for
that
Elena
white,
today, I think. We saw,
blob
I
is
don't know
on
how
the
many,
left.
5 or 6 octopus.
The bigger one.
And it's always a good day when you see that many cephalopods.
Thank you.
Kind of getting lined up under the lasers now, video.
Okay.
Is that what you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay, possibly,
Go in.
let's
All right.
see,
Gonna go in.
lichen
Gonna
chelly
hold here. I think it's a
Scrot-
rock.
scrotolinus snakehead eel pout. Oh, here's a cool rock.
Interesting rock.
Very different.
It is a
Are
rock.
those whitish things incrustations?
I couldn't tell you.
A rock with an arm.
They don't fully look like it to me. Not like the sponges that I am familiar with. So I'm not sure that biology can take credit for that one.
Oh,
Okay.
It's only one way to find
video
out.
is clear.
Okay.
what? Collect it?
Collect it, place your bets.
Did you want to collect it?
No, thanks.
No,
Okay.
I don't. I don't either.
Yeah, no. on the assumption that these are drop stones, which I believe they are. This rock, the rocks we see could be nearly anything. There's a wide variety of rock types. Continent-ward from here that the glaciers could have brought over, and everything from Mesozoic granitic rocks to young volcanic rocks, back out to Mesozoic and older metavolcanic or metasedimentary rocks, and maybe in some places not so metamorphosed sedimentary and volcanic rocks, but and on back as far as the Proterozoic, so nearly a 600 or 700 million year panoply of rocks and ages to select from.
It's a real grab bag of any kind of rock you can think of.
Yeah, but mostly they're pretty fine grained and dark, which makes it tricky, even when you've got them in hand.
Well, that anemone is also very tricky. It looks like it's kind of balled up in its stalk, so it's really hard to tell, but it looks, yeah, it took me a second to kind of figure out what that was that we were looking at. Thanks for the zoom.
It was video sharp eye.
Yeah, but who found the chimera yesterday? That was that was a good one. I think another one of those sea pens. Seeing some small shrimp. More of those possibly tubularians.
There's some good-sized burrows that look like something's pushed a fair amount of sediment out.
Yes. Not a brittle star, I don't think. Could be one of the crabs we were seeing. Could be something we're not seeing because they're deep down in those burrows.
What are those little white dots on the left, Pilot? In the sediment?
Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Might just be pieces or something, but can snap really quick.
Okay, go for it.
Pieces?
Yeah, it looks like small broken bits of shell, or maybe the skeleton from something.
Meal.
One of them looks a little bit cylindrical almost.
Okay, the video's clear.
Okay. I'm going to back up a little bit, co-pilot, and just drift off to port for a bit.
I'm a little high.
Okay.
Took a real pitch there. You can see the spikes on tension. And I got closer to bottom than I would like, so I came up some.
Okay. So you're almost lined up with the ship already.
Yeah, as far as recovery, yes. I just come port 10 degrees. Yeah, more than that, 45.
Yeah. How tall is this feature, Nav?
Goes and goes and goes.
And
There's
the southeast is getting into deeper water?
No, it's uphill.
Okay.
Northwest.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a tongue we're sitting on that with the flat we're coming up to that's at about 1373, 1375. Base is down at 1650.
So do we just hold position and then haul in, co-pilot?
Sorry, what was that?
For recovery, we just hold position and then haul in? Or do we make a northwestern move?
No, we'll just hold.
Okay.
And once we get up a couple hundred meters, then we can start the ship forward slowly, if needed.
So we're kind of nearing the end of our dive, getting a last look at this area of Noyes Canyon.
Keeps coming up, but that's also a lot of distance, right?
Just thinking about the area that we started with all those flytrap anemones, and then obviously the highlight for me, I think, was hitting that
once we're above
octopus nursery. Several adults, 2 of them at least, taking care of their clutches of eggs, and then a couple of those little juveniles. It was really special to see. And then, of course, the terrain kind of changing. It was really dominated by those cladorhizids, the Asbestobluma carnivorous sponges that kind of
before
were,
takeoff.
just fields of them almost. Watch leads here. Yeah, let's do a Niskin for sure. Can we also... Yeah, that sounds good. Can we also zoom on that thing? It's gonna...
What's coming up into the top
Yeah,
center?
that bushy coral, just while we're here. I think it looks like another version of the one that we collected earlier. It's always nice to capture a little bit of imagery, a little bit of extra when we can. Ooh, a little McTophid, I think. A small, one of that small fish. A lot of these have really beautiful bioluminescence.
Okay, you can go in video.
Okay, coming in.
Yeah, definitely a really densely branching black coral. You can see the dark black skeleton kind of showing through the light orange tissue. And so it's not a Bathypathes. It's way more densely branched. It looks like I can see, I think, 4 rows of branches coming off of each one. And each of those have, long... but not as long as the Bathypathes, as little tentacles that are dangling off of it. A very different kind of morphology of the polyps than the octocorals that we see.
Let me know if I should tilt down.
That's great, thanks.
Copy, watch lane.
Okay, video's clear.
Okay.
Decibel wide.
Copy, thank you.
Apparently there are small burrowing
HPU
lobsters in the family Axidae, not closely related to those that are eaten by humans, but some of those can create long burrows in the sediment.
Copy.
Can we zoom in on that anemone-looking thing to the right, the small one?
The small, got it?
Yeah, small, kind of like oval-shaped. Looks like an anemone, but there are some cup corals that look like that. Just thought we'd check. It'd be pretty big. No, the more I look at it, the more it looks like an anemone.
Do you still want the zoom?
Actually, I think I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
There's something to the right, pilot, behind the rock.
Okay.
It's kind of like white and squiggly.
Yeah, I think I see what you're referring to.
So again, these flytrap anemones have been with us pretty much the whole way. in the beginning. Oh, there's a cool cup coral, though. Can we zoom in on that one?
Which one is that? Oh,
The-
the rock?
yeah.
Okay.
It's got a much darker
Okay, you can go
color
on
to
video.
the tissue.
Coming in.
A really deep red. And a slightly
Gonna
different
hold here.
morphology, maybe. I think we are looking at something other than a
Right. I have more to zoom.
Caryophilia.
Okay, we can go for it.
Ooh, very cool one.
That's Maxim.
I think this would be very hard to collect intact. I think we would need the rock, and we're pretty much at the end of our dive. So we'll just collect this really beautiful imagery for reference.
How's that look now for the arm?
I think we could get over to look at it from straight on.
Yeah.
It's also, you're welcome to
Sure.
call it at any time. I'm just, now that I'm seeing this.
Roger, make sure to shoulder
That's
left
full
this
wide.
time.
And you said 36, right?
Yeah, that's
Nav?
that's too big of a rock, even
Yeah.
for the end of a dive.
Well, what if you used both hands? Just kind of cradled it on the way up. I bet you could do it.
You ready for me to take the last shot?
Okay, I'll go. Okay, video can go in on the cup coral.
Zooming in.
Ooh, beautiful. Yeah, definitely something a bit different. I don't think this is Caryophilia. I'll have to,
Max zoom.
check
We might be able to
the
suction
imagery
it.
against the. So these are really hard, have a really hard calcareous skeleton, so they'd have to be snapped off, and I think more often than not they get really crushed.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've only, we got one because it was on the mudstone, and the mudstone kind of broke away. But this one, I don't think so. Do you think? Can you pan over to the right and see if there's another one on that smaller rock? Just out of curiosity. Maybe farther to the right. Where did I see it?
Yeah, there was something that video requested over there.
There. Wonder if that might be could be an anemone or it could be another one.
It's a partial.
Okay.
And I know we're nearing
Should be
the end of this
stopped right
dive,
now.
so you just cut us off whenever you need to.
Yeah.
I think we've got 5 more minutes, actually.
Okay.
Bring my heading to face you.
Could conceivably be time to reach out and grab that. We
Yeah, I
have
think we
space
have
on
time.
the port side
Video. You can go in.
rock box. But
I think it might just be a
yeah,
look-alike anemone. I'm not seeing any of the cup part, so
right.
this is not a target, but thank you for looking.
Copy that.
Wow,
And
look at
that's
those really beautiful tube worms.
So anyway, the way he collected that yesterday, I think if you were to use your fingers to push against it to snap it off the rock, then you might be able to pick it up.
Well, that's great.
Watch lead said they don't want to collect it. Video.
Copy.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's. I think it's a anemone and not one of the cup corals, even though the color is really similar.
I'm going to start stowing swing arms.
Copy.
I'll give you a few extra minutes of bottom time.
So I think we'll just take one last look in this area. We're at what's our depth? 1455 meters in Noyes Canyon.
So we came up about 185 meters.
Kind of back in a similar sediment type to what we started in, would you say?
Yeah.
Kind of
smooth and but this has maybe been sitting here a little longer, not been getting rained down on like the channel bottom, receiving sediment off the flanks of the walls, but instead just sitting up here and accumulating and hemipelagic rain and perhaps even preserved turbidite deposits coursing through the channel when it's active. The dust clouds that those would raise would settle up on the flatter parts, perhaps this far away, up the slope.
Now, should we do our Niskin?
Yeah.
After that.
We're ready.
We sure are.
After that. Here we go. We're going to reset.
We're on Niskin.
Reset and firing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire. It's a good fire. Number 3.
Number 3.
At 1452 meters.
Did you see that, Nav, as it closed?
There was 3. Now there's 2. Oh.
It was a slow close, yeah.
Oh, that was number 3 firing, too.
It was number 3 firing. It closed, but it was a slow close.
Sample ID EX2306-D12-09W. Niskin bottle 3.
So I think that's it right now. 36 after. Is that what you said? Okay, we'll do we'll go in on the video.
Sure. Tracking in. Which subject are you after?
We'll just do both, I guess.
Okay. Laser's clear. Tilt up on the yellow one.
We really have time for a should move, and I don't really see anything else. Oh, that color's amazing.
Pulling out. Tilt down to the lower as I go. I'll start back in. Partial.
Oh, wow.
Clear.
Okay.
That's nice.
So pilot,
all right.
if I just come left.
Thank you, pilots. We will collect Niskin at 390 meters.
give you a reference to inverse, and there we go.
So I'll come up off the bottom and then drive over, and I will go to port.
Yes,
So as we say goodbye to Noyes Canyon, I'd like to thank the GFOE, ROV, and video team for all the excellent work today, as well as the chat room, our science chat, our shore-based scientists that have been following along this dive, providing us with your identifications and observations. We always really appreciate your eyes and your expertise, so thank you for joining. And thanks also to the wet lab team that's going to be processing the samples that we got today. No rocks to pick, so it should be a little bit smoother.
No, I got a little bit of mud, though.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I hope it's still there. I hope it doesn't just disaggregate on the way up, but there was a chunk of mud.
You can always use a box, you know, we can trade.
It's true. It's true. Yeah.
I think I've used your rock boxes in the past, so. And also thanks to NOAA Ocean Exploration and the Okeanos Explorer for putting this all together and making this happen today. And thanks to you, Jamie, for teaching me about mudstones and drop stones and all of the different kinds of geology that we were seeing today. Always learning something new.
Yeah, and I'm trying to learn a lot. The hard names are always a problem, and that there's two of them for everything makes it worse. But yeah, I have picked up a lot of biology on this already. And as always, it's been very entertaining working with you here. Thanks.
Oh, good. Thanks. So the plans for tomorrow are a little bit tentative. There are a couple of options depending on what we see in the overnight mapping. So stay tuned to the emails and the social media. We should be posting that information when we know it. Okay, thanks everyone.
Thanks everybody. Till tomorrow.
So it's crossing above you right now. Yep.
All right. Pick up a little speed. And I'll drive forward.
Yep.
And to starboard.
To port.
To port.
Right. To center up.
Yeah.
My camera is now all the way back.
All right, now I'm driving forward. A little bit more to port.
You have a pretty high delta, so you might start feeling my tug.
Okay, I'll come up a little bit.
Yep. You're just coming into light pool on your tail.
Okay, yep, see it.
Or my tail, rather.
Okay, and I'm going up a little harder.
Yep.
And pushing out.
Okay, I'm going to take my auto heading out.
Okay.
Since we are now tight, it's looking good on both tail cams.
All right, and now that we're here, I'll disengage mine as well. Looks like it's tight.
Yep.
Okay, auto heading disengaged. And I think I'm ready. Oh, no, I need to decrease the delta and push out a little bit more.
You ready for me to start coming up?
Yep.
There we go, hauling in. Picking up speed. Low delta, so I'm going to hit it fast.
Okay.
Dialing in.
I was trying to just increase the.
Roger, we're at minus 30 on the winch.
Copy.
All in. Nav, what was that depth for the Niskin? 390. Copy.
Do you hear the thrusters like pulsing? Like
Yeah.
I wonder what's up with that.
That might just be feedback on a different channel. That sounds like acoustic interference, not the thrusters. They do. Same power, same battery. Are you able to look up the audio and see if it's just drop out on the audio or if it actually is a pulsing? Delta 9.
Yeah, I've been slowly increasing.
Okay. You don't have to, Roland. I thought that might be a fun project. So those vertical lines, is that acoustic dropouts or is that in fact thrusters pulsing?
So to decrease the delta, I should increase the Z-bias.
Correct.
And that's what I'm doing, and I'm at like 80 now. Oh, you were?
Especially with 40 forward.
Yeah, when I didn't have that much forward, it would, yeah.
40 forward is fine. For whatever reason, it impacts your So you're not going to fully eliminate that slack because I'm heaving up and down so much.
Okay.
It's just the way it is. That, you know, every time I go down like that, it's going to allow a lot of slack.
Just don't want to snap it. All right, I'm at 98 now. It looks like the delta.
I think it's probably better to reduce your forward. I
Okay.
can also slow down some here if we need to. 'Cause we don't want to run our verticals at 100 for a prolonged time. So
All
if
right.
I need to pull back, we'll do that.
Definitely a lot better though. I'm at 96 now. I can back it off a little bit more.
Dr. Sean? How are we doing, pilots? Looking good?
Makes me feel like the control system's doing something wonky. The stutter. The audio stutter. Uh-huh. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, isn't that camera view a little scary when you're stowing the Orion?
Yeah, comes ramming down into the box.
Yep.
So I think a rotation position is part of DP. So once they're out of auto surge, they're in joystick mode. I think it's a different system, right? I mean, maybe there's. I don't know that there is one, right? I don't know that you can set a rotation point. You might be able to when you're in joystick mode.
It's nice that it works so well. I feel like rotating about the A-frame.
Yeah, they did a good job of measuring that into the DP system. Decimal 5. Aye.
That's good.
This time I would like to request to disable auto surge and start doing decimal 5 overlocking forward. Yep, that's way okay. Understood. Thank you. 070. Yeah, I think that's fine with us. I talked to the guy super briefly, maybe 10 minutes ago. We were heading out at 085. I'm not sure if that was communicated to the bridge or not. We start coming ahead decimal 5 through the water, and then add a midship, and then do that heading change. Is that order operational for you? Good copy. Let's watch screen as we come out of it.
Copy. Is that right? Sounds good, Nav. And we're doing another one at 350, Niskin. 390. Low demo. Okay. Okay.
So go to, if you go to the top control panel, I think that's what that says. Yeah, hold on, let me get with you. Maximize, yep. Click that. There you go. So you can change your display interval there. It's 30 minutes right now. Then say refresh view. And then you can just say control panel minimize. Or exit also works. You might have to go to the hour mark. Like HH, right? 1 hour 30. Probably.
They have a new version, a major new version. It's a web app now instead of a desktop application. SCS. Good. Starting to creep up to, I'm having to go back up to 90 plus.
So the ship's pulling you pretty well now.
Uh-huh.
I don't think you need to keep the forward way in. You also
Right.
have a little lateral locked in.
I tried to get rid of it. I'll get rid of it now. And it was, I saw a couple snaps. There you go. Okay, thank you. Yeah, on that note, you were saying on the, what is it, the IUS 5, you saw the comms on pause?
Passing 690 meters out, 10 minutes to Niskin. I want you jumping out of the chair here, Art, like you did last time. Make us all wait.
Yeah, so from what you were saying, the comms were steady, and then they paused, and then they jumped to the next value, so, yeah. And does that display serial data on the iOS 5 or the Ethernet side? Uh-huh. Okay, so that would be a serial break. Well, I guess what I was getting at with the iOS 5, what you saw with the data, like if we can figure out if it's that display comes from the serial side or the Ethernet side, then we know which portion has the issue. Okay, so then that's, yeah. So then that's either, I guess it would be the what is it, the 422 box PC something? Yeah, one of those two. Say again, survey one? I didn't hear you. Sure. Yeah, I don't think that 40 forward or 30 forward or 20 forward was doing anything at all. Tether's behaving the exact same way. So it's the heave.
Yeah, I think so.
Are you guys happy for this heading for recovery? At this time, I request to disengage the trunk pot and rudder. Copy, thank you. Can we just keep it engaged for now? Thank you.
Uh-huh. So that would be on the Ethernet side. But I don't know if the data comes from the serial side or the Ethernet side. Yeah. The recording system gets it over IP. And I read through the manual for it, and it wasn't clear. Is that some? Oh, great! Thank you.
Reminder,
390. And we have to stop at 50 meters. I wish we had a nice simulator.
Passing 450 meters. 2 minutes to Niskin.
Okay.
Resetting Niskin. Resetting. Niskin in 5 meters. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 390. Now, it's a good Niskin.
That was peak Niskining right there. I wonder why that was reading 60 frames, 59.94. CPHD when he just pulled it back up on that monitor was saying the 59.94. Should be 29.97, right? Yes. So it's double the number that it should be. It showed I next to the resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay.
Go ahead. Yes, would you like us to keep zero lateral? Sounds good. I'll just disengage auto sway, leave it at 0% drift.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Looks a little bit like the jaws are sagging. So I'm going to give hydraulics a tuck at 50.
Sounds good. Yeah, I got yelled at yesterday about that.
Nav, dive super, comms check.
Nav has dive super, loud and clear.
Loud and clear, Nav. Pilot, dive super, comms check. Pilot, dive super, comms check.
Pilot has you loud and clear, dive soup.
Loud and clear, pilot. Winch, dive super, comms check.
I got you, Lima Charlie, no R's.
Loud and clear, winch. Deck boss, dive super, comms check.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, deck boss. Bridge, dive super, comms check.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, bridge. Nav, dive super.
Dive super is Nav.
Can I get an update from your perspective, please?
Yes, sir. Vehicles are at about 220 meters coming up. Streaming looks good. Maybe 15 degrees to starboard at the moment. Looking pretty strong. Auto surge and sway are disengaged this time. We're doing decimal 5 through the water. Center rotations midship. Port prop and rudder are disabled. We have about 10 knots of wind. Maybe about 40 degrees off the port bow. Maybe a little more. 50 degrees. And then we have about decimal 3 knots of surface current hitting the starboard aft corner of the ship. That is all.
Copy all, Nav. Are you ready to pass communications to dive super?
Yes, sir. Dive super has comms.
Dive super has comms. Bridge, dive super.
Go ahead.
Can I get an update from your perspective, please?
Yes. So we're currently at a heading of 085. Wind is brought to our port bow. So if you would like to change heading to be more into the wind, we can do that. But now it's a pretty good split between the residual as current, wind, and the swell. We're holding very nicely right now. No traffic in the area, and wind is about 7.3 knots from north.
Copy all, bridge. And can I confirm that port prop and rudder are disengaged and center rotation is midship at this time, please?
I can confirm we have disengaged port prop and port rudder, and center of rotation is midships.
Good copy.
Thank you.
So for the power off sequencing, it's dive super asked me to secure power. I called down to winch. All right, first it's the E-stop.
First thing is your center button.
Oh, this guy?
To power off the vehicles, right?
All right.
Don't hit it now. Yes, first it's that. Then you'll give me the point. You'll point to me.
Okay.
I'll turn off actual vehicle power.
And at that point, I see the currents go away.
Yeah, currents will go away. Then it's hangar E-stop, at which point the green LED will go away. Turn off. And then it's winch, knife switch.
Okay, so button.
Signal.
My button, your button. Then E-stop. Then knife switch.
Yeah, because when I push this red button, the green one will illuminate.
And then
until they pull the E-stop,
yeah,
at which point it goes out.
Cuts that light out.
Correct.
And then I say voltages are 0.
Yes.
Thank you. Or just at 150 meters, press the master off. I had to test it to make sure it wasn't stuck down. Oh yeah.
$100 meters. Wire up.
Nav, dive super.
Dive super is Nav.
Just so you're aware, we are passing control of the aft station at this time. Please watch streaming as we do so. We're going to maintain that decimal 5 forward.
Good copy. Eyes on.
Nav, dive super.
Dive super go.
We have good control of the aft station here. We're maintaining that decimal 5 forward through the water.
Good copy.
$55 meters, slowing down.
Okay.
Sounds like you're getting some cavitation. Especially with 90
Yeah, I'm back it off
on the
a little bit
thrusters.
now.
Winches holding 50 meters. I did notice that.
Dive super. Vehicles are at 50 meters and holding.
Good copy. Good copy now. Winch, dive super.
Go ahead, dive super.
Could we pass control to the aft station at this time, please?
Aft station has control.
Aft station confirms control of the winch. Bridge, dive super.
Go ahead.
Do we have permission to continue with the recovery?
Yes, go ahead.
Good copy. Pilot, dive super.
Go ahead, dive super.
Is the control room ready to continue with the recovery?
Control room's ready.
All right, let's go ahead and ascend 15 meters per minute up to surface. We'll call out every 10 meters.
Ascending.
Ascending.
Orion, look all right, Sean. Bumped it up a little. Roger.
Vehicle's currently streaming about 20 degrees starboard. I'm sorry, port.
Copy that, Nav. Four 0 meters, wire out.
D2 crossing 40 meters. Depth.
Can we get some light here? Video.
30 meters, wire out.
12 dB gain.
Roger.
D2 crossing 30 meters.
20 meters, wire out.
D2 crossing 20 meters.
0 dB gain on Sirius.
You can switch up the camera's video. Thank you.
$10 meters, wire out.
D2 crossing 10 meters.
Right, pilot. We have eyes on D2 off to port. We're walking you back center line.
Copy.
D2's on surface. If you could lock in auto head at this time. Otherwise, off stick.
Auto head engaged, off stick.
Why is Sirius's heading so far off?
I have it on port camera now.
Yeah, do you guys see me?
Oh,
there we
you're way
are.
off to port. Yeah. Good fine roll.
Super be advised, looks like wind just swung around. It's now hitting port beam, about 90 degrees off.
Repeat that, Neff.
Looks like wind just swung around a little bit. It's now off the port beam of the ship, hitting ship perpendicular from the port side.
Good copy, Neff.
Should I adjust my set point to be reciprocal of the ship?
I would as you come over.
Okay. Not now, though.
Yeah, you're center, so I would turn now.
Okay, dive soup. I'm adjusting the auto heading set point to be reciprocal of ship.
Good copy, pilot.
And off stick.
Understood. All right, Deck, let's go ahead and recover Sirius. Okay, pilot, please provide some halfway as Sirius comes up and over the side.
Understood.
Dive Super, be advised, the ship tracking just suddenly jumped on high pack.
Understood, there's GPS issues now.
Copy.
Okay, pilot, let's increase that halfway, please.
Increasing. It's at 60% right now.
Good copy. It looks good. Let's maintain. Looking good, pilot. Let's maintain.
Maintaining.
Winch, take back local control.
Remote disabled.
Deck secure A-frame.
Dive Soup, I'm seeing some slack in the...
Yeah, you can go ahead and ease off a little, pilot.
Okay, easy.
Push out a little bit, pilot, please.
Okay, pushing out.
Go ahead and push out a little more, pilot.
Pushing out more. I'm at 40% forward.
Copy.
Okay, I'm seeing it straighten out.
That looks good. All right. One more push, pilot, and then go off stick.
Okay, pilot off stick.
All right, pilot, please disengage auto heading if you haven't already.
Auto heading disengaged.
And pilot completely off stick.
Pilot off stick, 0 thrust.
Lift line is clear, daisy chain free. All right, pilot, lift lines tight. Let's go ahead and lock in auto heading in versus ship and start backing towards the crane.
Auto heading engaged, backing towards the crane.
If you could give us a little bump to surface, pilot.
Bumping to surface.
Another bump to surface, pilot.
Bump to surface.
And keep backing.
Backing.
Looking good, pilot. Straight back.
Straight back.
Give us another bump to surface, please, pilot.
Bump into surface. I'm backing at 100%.
Copy. Let's ease that back here, pilot. Just a little.
Backing 70%.
All right, looking good, pilot. Straight back now.
Straight back.
Looking good. A little bump to surface.
Bumping to surface.
And continue backing.
And backing.
All right, pilot, you're right underneath the crane.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and give it a little twist to starboard. And pilot off stick.
Off stick. Auto heading disengaged.
Good copy.
Secure power, Devsu.
Pilot, secure power.
Hangar E-stop. Winch, nice switch.
Nice switch.
0 voltage.
Vehicle's cold.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Okay.